Chapter 1, 1. Lonely Night. 1103 CE, England. What is our Prince of Enchanters doing? Arthur asked his friend, who was digging the ground. Ah, Arthur. I have no heir to pass my vast knowledge and inheritance to. I also don't have much confidence that my offspring would be worthy if I make any, not that I can. Before we go off to fight Morgana, I have decided to leave behind my inheritance. Only the one truly deserving it would gain it. A man who would be bound to do great things and change the world for the better. Merlin answered. Arthur walked closer and squatted beside him to see what he had just put in the hole Merlin had dug. Seeing it, Arthur had question marks all over his face. You are leaving your inheritance in a box? He asked. Merlin shook his head. Even after staying with him and experiencing wizardry for so long, Arthur still saw things like most humans do. No, my friend. In this box are my staff and a seed. The seed would grow and become a magical tree. It will be strong enough to face the harsh erosion of times and will stay here no matter what. Looking for the one right person who will inherit my blood, magic, and wealth. Merlin explained to him as simply as possible. Arthur was silent for a few seconds. He kept on looking at Merlin's face, no one knew what was going on in his head. Then he spoke, Merlin, can this box be a bit bigger? Why? You want to sleep in it and wake up as an empress in the future? Merlin jokingly asked. Sigh. As much as promising that idea sounds, no. I want to leave my inheritance too. If there will be someone in the future who would inherit the great Prince of Enchanters' legacy, then I'm sure that he can inherit this small king's legacy as well. Arthur blurted his intention, slightly surprising Merlin. But you already have an heir, and if you do this, this inheritor will have the highest claim to England's throne, even if there will be other monarchs ruling at that time. They won't step down for him. I'm warning you, it will create conflict. Merlin pointed out. Arthur laughed in self-ridicule. I don't care about the throne. Besides, you and I both know that my son won't be committing any great deeds. He's my illegitimate son, also, he's trying to dethrone me. He just thinks I don't know. Merlin, since you did that magic ritual on both of us to make us stronger, we lost the ability to procreate. We may have dragon blood running in our veins now, the same blood left us unable to procreate, so I don't have many options left. I guess it is heaven's way of keeping worldly powers in check. Sigh. Merlin started enchanting the box again to make it bigger from the inside and spoke, You are right, Arthur. It is like heaven wants to keep the worldly power in check. Why do you think there are so few wizards and witches? It is hard for a magical couple to produce magical offspring. Many times they turn out to be half magical, those who can feel magic but not wield it. But, even after such disparities in population and differences, my only wish is that wizards and non-magicals can live in peace and harmony. I wish that after me, my Order of Merlin keeps on going forwards with my ideals. All species living in peace is my dream that I wasn't able to see fulfilled while I'm alive, but I hope I will be fulfilled someday. Okay, put a drop of your blood in this vial and whatever else you want to leave behind. Arthur took 2 of his swords and put them in the box. They were both enchanted and rune-smithed by Merlin and semi-forged by goblins and fairies. I leave hope and despair for my inheritor. He muttered as he put them in the box. He had used these 2 swords to slay many magical monsters, but it was too strong to be used on humans. Merlin nodded at Arthur's choice. Good, I had thought you'd put Excalibur inside. Asterisk cough asterisk I still needed to win some battles. But don't worry, I will be leaving him the Excalibur too, somewhere stuck in some stone. Ha ha, I can already imagine it becoming unworthy people's pastime to try to take it out. Arthur planned while laughing. Merlin shook his head in defeat. But this was also a side of Arthur's personality that would drag talented and strong people to him. Well, unlike you, I am leaving behind my main staff. To defeat Morgana, my spare wand is enough, Merlin claimed. He then waved his hand, showing off his wandless magic capabilities. The soil he had dug started to cover the hole by itself. Soon, it was fully covered and grass grew on it to make sure it was unnoticeable. Okay, this is done now, where do I leave my material inheritance? I don't trust my family, Arthur asked him. Merlin thought a bit before suggesting. I think the goblins can keep it safe. I have gifted them a big patch of land and they want to start a money-lending business there. They can keep it safe, and due to the graces we have upon them, they won't ever betray our trust. Arthur suddenly jumped. Wait. Merlin, tell me something. What? Merlin tiredly asked. You and I are both half-dragons. Now, our inheritor will have blood from both of us. Would that make him a real dragon? Also, most importantly, will he be unable to sire children? Arthur asked in concern. He didn't want his inheritor to suffer. Merlin just dusted his robes nonchalantly. I had the same thoughts, but don't worry. I have charmed our blood to only fuse with him enough to let him remain human. If he can fuse with it completely while remaining human, then we will probably have a new human species appearing. But about his ability to sire children, well, he'll have more time than us, let's just hope he finds a cure. Arthur took a few steps back and jokingly said, my friend, sometimes you scare me. But the next moment he lifted Excalibur with a firm and confident look on his face. Okay, let's go and kill my bitch. I mean witch half-sister. Yes, let's go. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have made our talking portraits. Mine will stay at Hogwarts and yours will stay at the palace where the future kings will settle. Our inheritor will surely find me, but I can't be sure about you. Merlin told him. Ha, Merlin my friend, my strong and kind friend, can you guide him to me as well? Arthur asked, trying to butter him up. And why would I do that? I don't want my inheritor to inherit your bad habits. I am a Slytherin and you'd probably be a Gryffindor if you were a wizard. Gryffindors are known to be stupid, Merlin sternly said. But he was kidding. But you said Gryffindors were brave a few years ago. Oh, I also have no bad habits, Arthur proudly claimed. Really? But I just heard this morning that you sleepwalked to the pigsty and rode the pigs like they were horses. Then you passed out and slept there, Merlin said, making Arthur choke on his saliva. Come on, I was drunk, not sleepwalking. Don't distort the facts, Arthur complained. So the bards weren't speaking the truth, Merlin added. What? Bards are singing about that incident. There goes my reputation, Arthur dejectedly muttered. They continued their journey while pulling each other's legs. All the people who saw them that day would remember it because they were never seen again after that. Forever to be immortalized in the tales of Merlin the Prince of Enchanters and Arthur Pendragon, the Dragon King. Morgana Le Fay also disappeared along with them, so the magical world believed that Arthur and Merlin fought her and defeated her, then perished with her. The little seed left by Merlin grew to be as big as a 2-story building. It could not be seen by anyone who wasn't worthy, so nobody knew of its presence. Not even the magicals. The tree saw countless wars and conflicts. Countless monarchs and their assassinations. But still, no worthy inheritor came. Years passed and became decades, then those also passed and became centuries. The lonely tree, dutifully stood there, still waiting, no matter how long it would take. The 5th of January, 1968. London. A little boy, who had just turned 9, was running along the night streets of London. His face showed fear and fatigue. He had been running around for the past 2 hours. He had gotten lost when he lost grip on his mom's hand while watching a parade on the street. He shouted for her, but the crowd was louder than him. His little height caused problems for him. Realizing that if he did not get out of the crowd, he'd get stomped by the overly excited people, he went away from the crowd. But he had confidence and determination that he knew the way home. In the end, he found that he was wrong. He was now more lost than ever, and the sun had set. After a continuous search, he was tired and thirsty. Seeing a park nearby, he went there to drink water from the public tap. He quenched his thirst, which made him calmer. He looked around him and only saw darkness and not much sign of activity. I will look for Mummy tomorrow. He assured himself. He was tired and just wanted to sleep. He noticed a tree somehow growing out of the concrete. He decided to not get his clothes dirty by sleeping under a tree in the dirt and went to the tree on concrete. He laid down and curled himself into a ball and cried himself to sleep. Initially, he felt cold as he was just wearing a t-shirt and a knicker, but later, he felt as if the warm wind was blowing around him. Unknown to the little boy and anyone around the vicinity. That night, the tree glowed as if it was going to turn into a sun. The tree was happy and excited, to finally be able to fulfill its master's wish. You can see the park, the tree, Merlin and King Arthur on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. Important. A /n. Do not expect an op MC from the start, he will get there slowly. The start of this fic will be slow and the fic will not entirely be all about Hogwarts. This will include real-world politics, both Ministry of Magic and the British administration, and the royal family too. This fic will not strictly follow the canon because 1. It is set in the pre-canon era, so expect some OC characters. 2. It is fanfiction. MC is a loving, straightforward and kind person, because I like writing such MC, however, he will not go out of his way to be kind to someone if he does not have the ability to help. But, if he has the ability to help someone, he will absolutely do it. MC is not an orphan and actually has a loving family. Also, this story exists in the Omniverse ruled by Grandpa Universe. Underscore 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 underscore. The upload rate for this fic will mostly be 2 chapters a day, but in rare circumstances, it might drop to 1 chapter a day. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ***** Umar Latif ***** Julian Ricamera ***** Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support. /n, I have released another book, Naruto, Child of Chakra. Check it out. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal. One stone equals one banana, let's keep the tradition going. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 37 comments. Vote. Chapter 2. A royal earthquake. The child had a dream that night. He found himself in endless grasslands. There were lots of animals around him and all of them were friendly to him. With smiles and giggles, he played with all of them. Then he sat down under the shade of the only tree in that grassland. He had forgotten about all his problems outside that dream. What is your name, child? A kind male voice came. The child jolted up with caution. Who is it? The tree suddenly bowed a little with its branches acting like its hands. Yes, it was me. I do not have a name or I would have told you. The tree said. Okay, Mr. Tree. I am Magnus. The child politely introduced himself. A very good name. It means greatest. You will do many great deeds in the future it seems, just like what my master said. Would you like to eat an apple, little Magnus? The tree asked. Magnus patted his tummy innocently. He was indeed hungry. Mummy said not to take food from strangers. They take you and make you work in mines. Ha ha ha, your mum is absolutely right. But, I am a tree, I can't even move, how will I catch you and take you anywhere? The tree asked. Okay, I will eat an apple. Magnus was convinced. The tree's branch suddenly grew an apple. The tree lowered its branch for Magnus to pluck it. The apple looked shiny and juicy. Magnus had never seen a tastier looking apple than this. He had spent so much time looking for his mother and had only drunk water, so he was hungry. Hence he quickly started devouring the apple. While chewing he looked at the tree thankfully. It is tasty. The tree nodded. Tilda, of course it would be tasty. It has the inheritance of the greatest wizard and a slightly lesser great king. Tilda. The tree was obviously biased towards its creator. After eating the apple, Magnus started feeling sleepy. Mr. Tree, I will sleep here. Wake me you. He couldn't finish speaking as he softly fell down. The tree quickly caught him with its leafy branches to act as a cushion. But the tree was shocked for some reason as soon as he touched him. Oh! This is a surprise, but a welcome one. At least now I can rest easy that I made the right choice. The tree soon started shining in golden light and shrunk down. It kept on shrinking until it was just the size of a 1-inch bead. A thread made of grass held the bead like a locket. It then tied itself around Magnus' neck. No one except Magnus could see it and it could never be lost as it was now tied with Magnus' soul. Tilda, I can finally rest now. My branches have been aching from standing for so many years. Good luck, kid. Tilda. Aim asterisk. Asterisk cough asterisk. Kid, what are you doing here? Illegally occupying public places is a crime. Magnus, who was sleeping on the concrete pathway in the park, slowly opened his eyes. He looked around and there was no tree. He felt a bit dizzy and heavy-headed. Mummy! He voiced, remembering that he was still lost. The policeman realized that the child was lost. From the clothes, he looked like he belonged to a decent family too. "Are you lost, child?" he politely inquired. Magnus couldn't think much about his dream and the tree at the moment. All he could think about right now was finding his home. He remembered that his mom told him to find the uncle in a weird hat and dark blue clothing if he gets lost. He nodded. "Do you know where my home is?" The policeman scratched his beard. "No, child. But you can come with me to the station. I'm sure your mum must have filed a report there." Magnus nodded and followed the policeman. All the while he was looking back at the place the big tree was supposed to be. "When did you lose your mum?" the policeman asked. "Yesterday at the parade," Magnus replied without thinking. "What? The parade was a long way from here. How did you reach this place?" the policeman asked. Magnus was a bit embarrassed now. I ran to find mommy." "And you got lost?" "Ha ha, no worries, kid. I also used to get lost when I was your age. We will find your mom soon. You can call me Uncle Tom. I just joined my duty a few days ago and I will become the best cop in the city in the future. I will someday get a medal from the Queen herself." The policeman introduced himself kindly and also gave some unnecessary information. He gave the vibe of a funny uncle that tells unfunny jokes and laughs at them all by himself. "I am Magnus Grant, Uncle Tom." Magnus also gave his name. He was a bit anxious at the moment, so he held his t-shirt from the chest. /N, don't confuse it with Gaunt, which is the house surname of Salazar Slytherin's descendants. Voldemort belongs to this one. Then he felt something under it. He quickly took it out and saw a wooden bead tied around his neck. "We're here. Come." Tom stopped him from exploring the strange locket around his neck. Just as they entered, another policeman, who seemed to be Tom's senior, yelled, "Tom! I told you to patrol the streets. You are too fat and need to lose weight. Honestly, if it wasn't for your sick mother I wouldn't have given you this job." The man yelled at Tom. Magnus didn't like it. But he was too small to do anything and he knew it. But he was still upset with this loud man as Tom seemed kind to him. Tom just smiled awkwardly. A moment ago he was talking about becoming the best cop and here he was getting yelled at. "Inspector, I was patrolling but I found a lost child," Tom explained the situation. "Then yo." The inspector stopped yelling as he felt his left pant pocket was too hot for some reason. "Fire!" A sergeant nearby shouted and brought the fire extinguisher. He quickly unloaded the extinguisher on the inspector. In fact, a bit too much, and it looked like the sergeant was even enjoying it. "Inspector, it must have been your cigarette lighter," the sergeant said, trying to divert everyone's attention from what he had just done. The inspector angrily glared at everyone there and ran back to his office. "Magnus." Magnus was smiling gleefully when he heard the call from his mother. He turned around and saw his mother standing at the entrance with his father. Both of them looked like they had not slept for the last night. Their hair and clothes were all in a mess. "Mummy!" Magnus shouted and ran up to her. He jumped and got caught in a hug. There were tears in his mother's blue eyes. She was good-looking with a kind face and above-average height. She also had blonde hair. "My Magnus, I'm so sorry I didn't hold your hand tightly," she cried while hugging him. Magnus was also very emotional but stopped himself from crying as he knew that if he cried then his mother would cry even more. He patted her shoulder and spoke in a breaking voice, "It's okay, Mommy. I am fine. Look. She looked at his face that had a bit of dirt on it and his messy hair. He didn't look like he had an easy time at all. And that had a reverse effect on her and she cried even more. Eventually, his father had to come to save him. He patted her back and assured her everything was right. Magnus' father had a tall and lean build with reddish hair, just like Magnus. He was wearing round glasses and was supporting a stubble for a beard. His face was good-looking and definitely worthy of his mother. Magnus looked at his father with grateful eyes. Yes, Mummy. Let's go home. I am hungry. Yes. Adam, bring the car over here. Magnus must be cold too. She shouted at her husband. Grace, you are overreacting now. Adam tried to argue. But one angry glare from Grace made him give up and go out. He knew if he didn't, then he'd be sleeping on the couch that night. After she signed the papers at the police station, they left for their home. Hogwarts. In a certain room, a magical quill started moving and wrote a long name in an old-looking book. Buckingham Palace. While Magnus had a touching reunion with his mother. It was like a storm had moved the foundation of Buckingham Palace and the royals living in it. A certain stone tablet started shining. Until now it was only meant to be seen as an old artifact belonging to the first ever king who united England and fended off the Saxons, the last will of some sort from the great King Arthur Pendragon. It was just a stone with some words inscribed on it, but now it seemed to be showing some greater meaning. Queen Elizabeth II was informed of the situation. She knew that it was a grave matter. After all, what the stone tablet said was clear, and now that it was shining, it meant it was real. Whomever my legacy deems worthy will be the rightful King of England and its affiliated kingdoms. Whence the light shines on this lifeless stone, the rightful king is born. Honor the decree or be cursed by the eternal magic of the Prince of Enchanters. These words were ringing in Queen's mind. It was certainly the biggest tribulation the royal family had to ever face, and if this time they didn't win, then there wouldn't be any royal family left from her line. Your Majesty, the wizards have arrived. Queen's assistant informed her. She took a long breath and headed out to meet them. As the Queen, her life was of utmost priority to the country. Even though she and her family had nothing to do with the wizarding world, the Ministry of Magic still sends wizards to keep her safe from any hostile wizards. She was thankful for this, as she knew that most wizards don't place the royal family in high honor because not a single wizard appeared in their family line. They were just muggles for the wizarding world. Muggles with a bit of extra administrative power. She also kept herself from offending these wizards because she knew that many of these wizards belonged to families more ancient than England itself. Underscore 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 /n. Here goes chapter 2. As you may have felt, I will be focusing on the growth of MC. It will be a bit slow. He does not know anything about the magical world and he will not suddenly become OP. He will still be very strong and capable, but not overly OP like Grandpa Universe. Though by the end he will be OP. He will have many wins, but he will also face some losses that will make him grow as a person, because right now he is childish. But one thing will remain, his love for his family. He will not be overly nice to everyone like Grandpa, but still will be a nice person while being ruthless to enemies. You can see the dream, the quill and book and Buckingham Palace on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. The book is pretty old, and I mean no disrespect to anyone. May the Queen rest in peace. Underscore 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 underscore. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 14 comments. Vote. Chapter 3, 3. One small pebble and 1,000 ripples. Early warning: if you are a British national and love the Queen to the heart, then you might feel offended in a few chapters. I'm saying this because someone did get offended. She is going to act like a normal human would when threatened. She will get angry and act against the threat. She is also young at this point. But, know this. She is not a villain. She will have a bigger and better part in the story. Underscore 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 underscore. A team of wizards arrived at Buckingham Palace. The team included a young newly recruited clerk at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Minister for Magic, Nabi Leach, also came as he was the first Muggle-born Minister for Magic to ever hold office and knew about the Muggle world and its royalty. With them were a few more people who were from the low-level office of the Ministry of Magic. Queen Elizabeth II sat in her chair at the end of the table. Mr. Leach, can you tell us about what magic this is and why couldn't your talented wizard guardians find out about this earlier? Nabi nodded his head. But he was also cursing at the Queen inside. Tilda, what do you mean why? This has been in your family for hundreds of years. It was you who banned wizards from entering the palace. Tilda. Your Majesty, I checked the stone tablet. It is the most intricate work with charms I have seen in my life. As it said, this tablet belongs to King Arthur and is enchanted by Merlin. This magic was made to be hidden and no one in the world could find it because it was cast by Merlin. You must have heard about his legends, they are facts for us in the magical world. He explained. The Queen took a long breath. If this was true, then the tablet was also most likely real. Is there any way to find out who this new supposed king is? Tilda, she wants to kill him so she can secure her line, Tilda. Nabi thought. Nabi thought for a second and spoke, no, not at the moment. This kind of magic is very powerful, it may have already changed the inheritor's identity and name magically to what we can guess. But the best bet is to look through all the Muggle registries and search for a surname of Pendragon. If you find him, take him to Gringotts and make that child take an inheritance test. Yes, there is a vault under King Arthur's name there. Or, if the child is magical, then the name could already be in the Book of Acceptance at Hogwarts. Book of Acceptance? Queen inquired. It records the name of every magical child born in Great Britain and Ireland. It records the name the moment the child practices accidental magic. The Minister for Magic explained it to her. Then, is it possible to check the name there? She asked with a hopeful expression. Cough. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. This book is the property of Hogwarts and only the headmaster and deputy headmaster can read it. It is only used to send acceptance letters to children when they turn 11. He sternly told her. Can this man, Dumbledore, be talked to? Narbee's eyes widened. Tilda, she wants me to go against Dumbledore or bribe him. Is she crazy, Tilda? No, you may not know, but he is known to be a big war hero, and he is also a very influential man in the magical community. He will not help you in this matter as it goes against the rules. He quickly denied her. She was getting frustrated. Then tell me, if this child is found, will he truly have the highest claim to the British throne? Narbee looked at the stone tablet and its words. He shuddered to imagine a curse from the greatest wizard to ever live be put on him. He already had his plates full. If he really turns out to be the true heir and passes the inheritance test of the goblins, then I'm afraid you will have to concede the throne to him. Otherwise, this curse may very well forcefully remove you. He bluntly revealed what he thought. Is there a way to get rid of the curse? She inquired hastily. Not without seeing what the curse is in the first place. Even then, I don't have high hopes. Merlin was taught by Salazar Slytherin, another great wizard of ancient times. He is one of the strongest dark wizards in our history. He was an expert in curses. The meaning behind his words was clear to the Queen. So we will have to get hit by the curse first for you to remove it. Thank you for taking your precious time out for me, Minister Leech. Please enjoy the refreshments before you leave. She left the room and rushed to her study. She called her assistant. I want every single registry to be searched for anyone with Pendragon in their name. She was hyperventilating from frustration. All the work she had done, all the hard work of her family for generations was now threatened. She was desperate. He must be found at all cost. She ordered loudly. 10 Privet Drive. Meanwhile, Magnus had reached his home and was already devouring his favorite food. How is it, Mag? Is it tasty? Grace asked her son warmly. Magnus gave her a big smile with his mouth still stuffed. Yes, Mummy is the best. I love chocolate waffles. Ha ha, good, then wash up after eating and go to sleep. You must be tired. Adam told his son. Okay, Dad. He happily ate his food. His parents were both army officers. But thankfully they were not in the infantry. Grace was a heart surgeon and Adam was a mechanical engineer. Although the salary was not a lot in the military, it was enough to live a healthy life. Magnus' parents weren't from a rich family. Both of them fell in love in school, but they planned their future from there and both joined the army after college. Magnus knew that his mother's dream was to one day own her own hospital and his father's dream was to help his wife fulfill her dream. But they both knew the astronomical amount of money it takes to build a hospital. Kiss asterisk. Grace tucked Magnus into his bed and kissed his forehead. You scared me so much yesterday. Magnus guiltily averted his gaze. I'm sorry, Mummy. It's okay, honey. Now sleep. She stood up and started to leave his room. Mummy. She looked back. With a big smile, Magnus said, when I grow up, I will build you the biggest hospital. I promise. Grace smiled uncontrollably. I believe in you, Mag. Now sleep, you must be tired. She closed the door, leaving Magnus alone. He was looking at the ceiling with his bright blue eyes. Excited about growing up and making his parents happy. After having one last look at his favorite superheroes poster on the wall, he closed his eyes and fell asleep under the slight ambient light coming from the window. Minister for Magic, Narbee Leech was a man who was hated by many purebloods. The day he took the office, lots of purebloods resigned from their posts in the ministry. But, now he had somehow caught an unknown disease. He was suspicious that it was Abraxas Malfoy, but he couldn't be sure, and even if he accused him, nothing would happen. So, he went to his only hope, Dumbledore. He was going to exchange information for a possible cure. He had also decided to resign from his post. He had made a statement by becoming the first Muggle-born Minister for Magic, and there was no need to put his life in harm's way now. Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked as old as ever with his neatly combed and tied long white beard. Wearing a wizard conical hat and white robes. He was keeping this old look as it made him look wise in the eyes of the people. It had just been 4 years since he took over the position of headmaster, so he was still trying to broaden his reach slowly. So, he went to greet the Muggle-born minister himself. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Minister Leech. I wasn't notified of your visit." Dumbledore greeted him. "Ah, Dumbledore, this visit is a bit personal, so there is no need for formalities. Just call me Narby," he said. He didn't like being called Leech. He had endured it when the Queen called him this, but no more. Dumbledore nodded with a confident face as if he already knew everything. "Then perhaps, my office will be suitable for talks and a cup of tea." Both of them went to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore poured 2 cups of tea and asked, "So, what can I do for you, Minister Narby?" /N, this will be the original Dumbledore. Just like in the movies, neither good nor evil. Just a bit cynical. You can see the Magnus Room and Dumbledore on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 11 comments. Vote. Chapter 4, 4. A Wild Ride. Tell me, Dumbledore. What do you think will happen if the inheritor of Arthur Pendragon were to appear and have a claim to the English royal throne? What would you do if he were to also be magical? Narby asked. Of course, this was just a possibility. Dumbledore stroked his long beard and thought. He knew that Narby proposing this meant it was possible. Then we will likely see the golden era of the British magical world, Dumbledore replied. Dumbledore, I was invited to the Buckingham Palace. There is a stone tablet placed in there. It belonged to King Arthur and was enchanted by the Prince of Enchanters, Merlin. For some reason, it started shining last night and it had some words. The exact words were, "Whomever my legacy deems worthy will be the rightful King of England and its affiliated kingdoms. Whence the light shines on this lifeless stone, the rightful king is born. Honor the decree or be cursed by the eternal magic of the Prince of Enchanters. I just met the Queen and she's trying to find this new king too. But I don't have very high hopes for them. Eventually, they will have to step down." Narby explained in great length. "Why are you telling me all this?" Dumbledore asked. Narby's face turned serious and voice respectable. "Professor, I have caught an illness. possibly inflicted by some lord of a big house. I will be stepping down soon because I want to live a good and healthy life. Can you help me? I believe you should go to St. Mungo's Hospital. I'm not a doctor, Minister. Dumbledore replied. He had a habit of not agreeing to something on the first try. Please, Professor. Just imagine, with this information, you can look for this kid. Imagine if he turned out to be a wizard. The King of England being a wizard would help you revive the British magical world, as the last war took so many talented wizards and witches with it. Narby nearly pleaded. Dumbledore stroked his beard while looking outside the window. Tilda, this is indeed interesting. However, King Arthur was a muggle. Most of the royal families have also been squibs like at most. How can this new inheritor be magical, Tilda? He looked at Narby. All your words are mere possibilities at best. But, I will help you. I think I have just the ingredients needed to lift the curse from you. Narby beamed with joy as he received the treatment from Dumbledore. But, while doing so, Narby was also being a victim of a bad habit of Dumbledore that involved Narby's mind. 10 Privet Drive. The sun had risen. It was a new day for Magnus. He woke up while rubbing his eyes. But when he woke up, he felt the sheets of his bed were wet. In fact, they were wet all around. He then felt his clothes being cold and realized they were also wet. I don't think this is my pee. I can't pee this much, can I? Oh no, Mummy will be angry now. He talked to himself. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. He was a 9-year-old kid and basically had no privacy. So, his mummy entered after knocking. It didn't give Magnus enough time to completely hide the sheets. All he was able to do was throw it under the bed. But now the wet body mark was visible on the mattress. He looked at the wet mark first and then at his mummy's face. He had nothing to say. Mag, did you wet your pants again? Grace asked softly. Magnus shook his head as he really believed that he didn't. Grace knelt in front of him and patted his head. I'm sorry, Mag. I should have taken you to sleep with me. After what happened, sleeping alone must have been scary. Okay, from now on, you will sleep with me and your dad until you feel okay sleeping alone. Okay. Magnus wasn't going to reject this opportunity. He loved sleeping with his parents as they would tell him stories and also play with him before sleeping. So, he nodded. Good, okay, go and take a shower. It's Sunday so no school. I'm making your favorite pancakes too. She encouraged him and picked the wet sheet. She would come back for the mattress later. Watching his mummy leave, he sighed. I should have told her it is not pee. She must think I'm a little baby now. He quickly ran to the bathroom and took a bath. Normally, he would take a normal water bath, but for some unknown reason, he felt that hot water was more soothing to his body. He quickly changed his clothes, dried his hair and ran to the kitchen. He could already smell the sweet aroma of pancakes. Soon, in front of him was a small tower of pancakes on a plate. Thank you for the food, Mummy. Ha ha, you should thank God, not me. Grace corrected him. Magnus looked at her confusedly. Why? It is you who works every day and makes money. Which buys us food that you cook. But I haven't even seen the god, so I can't waste my thank you on him. I need proof if he wants my thank you. Grace chuckled and ruffled his hair. You and your never-stopping mouth. While he ate, his dad also joined them for breakfast. Dad, will you take me to the park today? Magnus asked excitedly. Nobody could say no to that face. It was also Sunday, so they all were free. Adam quickly agreed, okay, today will be Father and Son Day. Yes. Magnus cheered and stuffed his mouth with pancakes as quickly as possible. The park was a community park for the several streets around. It was Sunday and sunny, so the big crowd's appearance was not out of the ordinary. Asterisk bam asterisk. A frisbee suddenly hit Magnus' head. Ah! Soon, a fat kid, nearly of his age, came running towards Magnus. Ah, sorry, mate. My dad threw it too strongly. The kid said. Magnus looked back and the father of the boy was an exact replica of him, but just bigger and wider. He picked the frisbee and gave it to the boy. I'm Magnus, by the way. Oh sorry, I am Vernon, Vernon Dursley. Wanna play with us? Vernon asked him. Magnus denied quickly, no, I will just walk around the park. That will be a better exercise. Oh, Vernon, one more thing, my mummy says milk is good for health. You should drink some milk. After giving his honest advice, he ran towards the playground with various swings and seesaws. He didn't have any friends around the area, so he just played alone. Sometimes his dad would also join him, but most of the time Adam would just read the newspaper. Dad, I will ride my bicycle now, he shouted. Adam only nodded his head in agreement while not even looking at him. If Grace had seen this, she would have smacked Adam. After all, it had been just a day since they lost and found their son. But Magnus was not at all worried about any inconvenience as he rode his bicycle. Today, he found out that pedaling had become so much easier now. He was not getting tired at all. Eventually, he got bored and decided to ride outside the part, around the whole boundary of the park. But, the more he rode, the more he wanted to speed up as he wasn't getting much tired. So, he just went straight. After a few minutes, he realized he had come too far and stopped. He looked to the side and there was a tall old building with a blackish wall. He got anxious thinking that he might have gotten lost again. But, while looking back, he found out that he remembered the whole way like the back of his hand. Tilda, Dad would get worried. I should head back. Oh, I need to sneeze. Ah. Come out, Tilda. Achoo. Asterisk sniff sniff asterisk. Asterisk plastic ball dropping sound dot asterisk. Magnus looked at where the voice came from. There, he saw a boy, of nearly his own age, with grey eyes and black ear-length curly hair. He was slightly shorter than Magnus. The child had dropped his play ball and had a wide-open mouth as if in shock. He then excitedly came to Magnus while jumping. That was so cool. How did you do that? The boy asked. Magnus was confused. Did what? You don't know. You just spewed fire from your mouth while sneezing. You're a wizard too, right? I've never seen you around. The kid blabbered non-stop. While Magnus was digesting the information. Tilda, I sneezed fire. Wizard. Like the one from T.V. Is he still dreaming while awake, Tilda? Where are you from? The boy asked him. This brought Magnus out of his thoughts. Oh, I live on 10th Privet Drive, Magnus replied. Asterisk whistled asterisk. You're a long way from home, buddy. The boy awed at him. Magnus had to agree on that. Tilda, I should hurry back. If this time I get lost, Mummy will surely give me a beating. Tilda. But just as he was about to pedal away, a woman in all black clothes appeared behind the boy out of nowhere and pulled the boy's ear so hard that he was a few centimeters in the air. Serious, how many times I must remind you? Stay away from filthy muggles. The woman screeched. Magnus got really scared of her as her face had so much makeup that she looked like a clown. He didn't spare a second and pedaled away as fast as he could, deciding to never come back to this spooky place. Still held in the air by a, Sirius looked at Magnus, leaving. "Ah shoot, I didn't even ask his name. Mum, that was also a wizard, you shouldn't have called him that. You useless boy, why didn't you tell me earlier, we could have invited him in." She again scolded him by pulling his ear more. "Crazy lady, are you trying to turn your son deaf?" Sirius talked back. But he was growing accustomed to getting his ears pulled, so he wasn't really in that much pain. "What did you call me?" And the beating resumed. /n, slowly getting closer to the magical side of the world. Magnus is also seeing some changes in his body. How long till his parents notice though? Find out in the next. You can see what Magnus looks like on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 5, 5. Something magical. Magnus paddled his way back to the park before it was time to return home. He was relaxed to see his father still sitting on the bench and reading the newspaper. He went to him and said, "Dad, let's go home. I'm hungry." Adam put the paper down and got up to stretch. Then he noticed the untied shoelace of Magnus. He crouched to tie it. "All right, let's go. But don't expect to get pancakes again. Seriously, how do you even fit so many pancakes in your little stomach?" Adams tickled Magnus as he said that and got up. Magnus giggled, "Hee, I can eat pancakes all day every day. But Mummy will never make them every day." "Yes, Grace can't make pancakes for you every day because she knows you'll get fat if you do that." "Well, today we're having roasted chicken, so that should cheer you up. It's your second favorite dish," Adam said, dragging the bicycle while Magnus just sat comfortably. "Yes. I will eat the whole chicken." Magnus cheered. He was seriously feeling very hungry. They reached their hope and smelled the amazing fragrance of roasted chicken. "Mummy, you're the best," Magnus complimented. Grace chuckled and patted his head. "You only say that when I cook something tasty. Is Mummy not the best at other times?" "Oh, no. Mummy is always the best. I will go and bathe. I'm sweaty today," he said and ran to the bathroom. Grace looked at Adam. "Honey, it's winter, why did he sweat so much?" "I don't know, he was just riding his bicycle the whole time," Adam replied, but it also confused him. Grace, being a doctor, decided to check up on him later. Meanwhile, Magnus was humming a poem he learnt in school while bathing. "A hot water bath is the best. It feels so nice. Why did that lady call me filthy today? I don't smell that bad. Was it my sweat? What is muggle? He wondered while making different hairstyles shampoo bubbles on his head. Soon, he was done and went to the dining room to eat dinner. There, he ate half of the whole chicken somehow. Both his mummy and dad were shocked as they saw him devour so much food. Once Magnus felt full, he put down his knife and fork. Burp I'm full. No I mean, yes. Adam nearly had a slip of tongue. He was shocked by Magnus' ability to eat. But Grace was looking at him with worry. Since that lost thing happened, she had noticed some changes in Magnus. Are you okay, dear? She asked and touched his forehead. She jumped from her seat as soon as she touched his forehead. She frantically ran to her room and brought her thermometer. She immediately put it under Magnus' armpit. What happened, Mummy? Magnus asked in confusion. Adam too was confused, but seeing the thermometer he had some idea. He also touched Magnus' forehead and felt as if his skin was on fire. How much is the temperature, Grace? He asked quickly. Grace pulled out the thermometer and checked. She nearly fainted seeing that. 110 Fahrenheit. She breathed. Is that bad? Magnus asked with furrowed brows. He had no idea what temperature was considered good and what bad. Adam ran to wear his coat and ready the car while Grace ran upstairs to grab her purse and Magnus' coat. Let's go, sweetie, we need to go to the hospital. You have a slight fever. Grace calmly said so as not to scare Magnus. But Magnus wasn't really feeling anything. To him, his body felt normal. Even better than ever, so he couldn't understand how he got the fever. But Mummy, I'm feeling good. I don't think I have a fever. Magnus argued. No child likes going to the hospital, after all, needless were scary. Grace knelt in front of him and put a cap on his head. Sweetie, the thermometer indicates you have a fever. Let's just get you checked up. Magnus sighed and accepted his fate. He held on to Grace's hand and followed her to the car. But Magnus did feel a bit scared seeing the rushing steps of his mother. They quickly got into the car and reached the military hospital where Grace worked. She was a heart surgeon, not a pediatrician, so they took him to the child doctor. There were many other kids with parents, but Grace got to enter first as she was a staff and a ranking military officer. Sam, check his fever quickly. I checked at home but I suspect the thermometer was wrong. How can a child have 110 degrees Fahrenheit and be so unfazed? She asked. She knew the doctor. With a raised eyebrow, Dr. Sam put the thermometer under Magnus' arms and in the end, it also showed 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Dr. Sam was left in shock. He repeatedly blinked his eyes and checked the thermometer. Digital thermometers were not very common in that era, so they didn't have any other way to measure. In the end, he touched Magnus' forehead. It was indeed very hot. So, he called a nurse and told her to bring as many thermometers as possible. Soon, there were 10 thermometers stuck under Magnus' underarm. What's wrong? I'm fine. I don't feel bad anywhere. Magnus insisted. It was indeed strange that Magnus was acting so normal. But, when the 10 thermometers were taken out and they all showed 110 degrees. Later, they did some blood pressure checks too but found them under normal range but still borderline high. Dr. Grace, I have no idea what's wrong with him. 110 degrees Fahrenheit is a temperature at which the body's organs start to fail and leads to death. But little Magnus is as normal as any other kid. This is very unusual. He doesn't even act like a child with a fever. There is a new machine being researched on Caller MI. It can look through the whole body for problems, but it will take a few more years to be completely made. For now, we only have blood tests to do. Fever usually comes because the body is fighting some virus. So, let's hope we find out what is causing it in his blood sample. Dr. Sam explained. A /N, MI and CT scan were invented in the 70s. Grace looked at Magnus in worry while Magnus just played with the stethoscope. She knows about MI and also knew it was going to take years to be made and usable for the ordinary public. Okay, let's do the blood tests, she replied. Eventually, Magnus ended up getting pierced by a needle. Instead of getting something injected, something was taken from him. His mood was spoiled, and for it, Adam bought him an ice cream. With a big smile, he held the cone in his hand and proceeded to eat it. But then he noticed something. Oh no! It is melting. I must eat fast, he commented. *NOM*. Instead of licking his ice cream, he literally ate it in 3 big bites. Adam and Grace just looked at him strangely, waiting for Magnus to grab his head in brain freeze any time now. But that didn't happen. He just wiped his hand with a napkin and looked at his parents. "Mummy, Daddy, let's go home. I need to do homework for tomorrow. Mummy, I want pancakes in the lunchbox for school. We will be going to the Queen's house for a field trip." Yes, let's go, sweetie." The 2 parents came out of their stupor. Both of them were thinking about Magnus. About what was wrong with him, and quietly prayed that it was nothing fatal. Unknown to them that it was something magical. A /N, little Magnus will be going to the enemy territories now. Will his identity be found out? To find out, you can see the food on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 6. The trip to Queen's house. The next day. It was the day of the school trip and Magnus was excited about it. He always wanted to see where the Queen lived, and now his wish was being fulfilled. "Mummy, is my lunchbox ready?" he asked from his room by shouting. "Yes, come down now, Mag. It's time to go." His mom's voice came from downstairs. Magnus picked up his school bag and went downstairs. There he saw his parents already dressed up in their military clothing. They had to go to work too. Because Magnus' school lasts till 3 in the afternoon and his parents get off work at 5. He had to spend 2 hours doing some extra activity. So, for the past 2 years, he had been doing extracurricular activities like swimming and karate. He was into karate these days. His school was not too far away and it also lay on the way to his dad's office, so he used to go with Adam. Grace had her own car, and because she was a doctor she would sometimes get late from work and was hence not good for sending or picking him from the school. "Bye-bye, Mummy." Magnus waved his hand. But Grace caught him before he could go. Aren't you forgetting something?" Magnus paused for a second, then he suddenly jumped and kissed his mother's cheek. He was a bit embarrassed, but nobody was watching him. "Ha ha, see you in the evening, sweetie. If you feel anything wrong then tell your teacher to call me." "Okay," Grace worriedly said. She had checked Magnus' temperature and it was still fixed at 110. But Magnus was very healthy and didn't show any signs of someone being sick. He was also looking forward to this trip, so she didn't have the heart to stop him. Magnus ran to his dad's car and left. He waved his mom from inside. In the car, Adam reputedly instructed Magnus. "Mag, your mom is very worried about you. I know you feel okay and I believe you. But science and all the previous records say that your body temperature is way beyond normal. So, I just want you to take care of yourself. If you feel anything, just call my office. You have the number." Magnus nodded. "Yes, Dad. I also wanted to tell you something. That day, when I was in the park, I slept under a big pretty tree. It was warm and nice. I talked to it too. But when I woke up, there was no tree." "Dad, how can the tree go poof?" "Ha, you were very tired back then, Magnus. You must have dreamt something. Didn't you read Jack and the Beanstalk a few days ago? Maybe you had that in your mind." Adam tried to reason. I don't know." Magnus didn't say more. They had also arrived at his school, Norview Elementary School. He got out of the car. "Bye, Dad. I'll be waiting here in the evening. Take care, Mag. Remember, if anything happens, call me," Adam loudly advised from the car. Magnus embarrassingly waved his hand and ran into the school compound. He was thankful that his mom rarely comes to drop him off, because every time she would ask him to give her a flying kiss before heading into school. Magnus ran into his classroom where all kids of his grade were gathered. The class teacher was going to make a roll call first and then they would leave on buses. He went ahead and took his seat by his friend. His name was Brandon, but everyone called him Bobby. They were best friends because they'd been together since kindergarten. Bobby always had bowl-cut hair and it made him look funny. His family wasn't in a good monetary condition, so his mom always cut his hair and this was the best she could do. But Bobby was a good soul. He would ignore the bullies. Though it was also Magnus who always stood by him. "Mag, do you think we will meet the Queen?" Bobby asked him as soon as Magnus took his seat. "Maybe. I saw her in the paper yesterday. She looked grumpy." Magnus replied. "Me too, she looked grumpy. But I want to see her crown. They say that it has the world's biggest diamond. Must be expensive," Bobby commented. But he was surprisingly drooling. Magnus shook him to wake him up from his fantasies. "Don't think about how many chocolates you can get for it. We will probably not even get to see it. Come on, Mag. Let me have my dreams. They make me happy," Bobby replied. Soon, the roll call was done and all of them followed their class teacher in a neat line. They all wore similar school uniforms and walked orderly. Everyone was excited about today's trip. But sad for Magnus, seating on the bus was arranged in alphabetical order. So, he was stuck between a girl on his left and a girl on his right. As kids of small age, all the boys generally didn't meddle with girls a lot, let alone sit with them. So Magnus was a bit uncomfortable there. Linda, isn't it so cold today? I'm shivering. The girl on his left spoke to the girl on his right. Yeah, Nat, short for Natalie. It's freezing here. Do they not have a heater on this bus? She questions. Linda then proceeded to take her water bottle that she had hung on the headrest of the seat in the front. However, she mistakenly touched Magnus' hand. But instead of retraction her hand, she held it tightly. Whoa, Magnus, your hand is so warm. It's so comfortable. Let me hold it, please. Nat, hold Magnus' hand. It's so warm. She told her friend. Really, it's warm. Nat also held his hand. Soon, the two got closer to him because of his body's warmth. Magnus was embarrassed and was getting red. He was getting angry at his fever now. Tilda, fever is bad, it's making me warm. I hope Bobby doesn't notice me. Otherwise, I'll be the laughing stock of the classroom. Tilda. Soon after, Magnus quickly retracted his hand away. Thankfully, nobody noticed. Eventually, they reached the Buckingham Palace. The bus was parked a distance away and from there they entered the palace. A tour guide told them about various things in the palace. About various portraits, statues and rooms. This is the painting of Charles I by Van Dyck. The guide kept blabbering. Magnus and Bobby looked at the painting and chuckled. Look at his moustache, Mag. Must have been useful in poking people. Bobby joked. After that, they looked at a replica of the crown. It looked pretty, but that was it. Compared to the original, it was lackluster by the word of mouth of the passerby. Must be very heavy, Magnus muttered. But suddenly he heard a voice. Asterisk yawn asterisk, that bastard must be having fun at that creepy school. Damn it, why did he make me invisible? Magnus found the words funny, so he tried to look where the voice was coming from. After looking for a few minutes, he found a painting on a wall. Magnus was utterly shocked. He had never seen a painting that could move. The man inside was blinking his eye and also playing with his sword. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not hallucinating. But his doubts were cleared as the painting spoke to him. You can see me. Really? Oh good Lord, thank you. I was so close to insanity. The painting babbled. Magnus blankly stared at it. He looked left and right. But nobody was reacting. What are you? Magnus asked. Oh, how rude. But I guess you do have my blood in you. Considering how I was at your age, you're a saint, boy. The painting replied. Mag, who are you talking to? Bobby came to him. Magnus pointed to the wall. That painting, it moves. Bobby stared back at the wall. What do you mean? It's just the wall. Magnus confusedly looked at the painting and at Bobby. Ha ha, he can't see me, kid. He's a magbobe, or to be more precise, they call them muggle these days. Oh boy, how low the magical society has fallen. The painting muttered to itself. Muggle. Magnus was confused. The painting showed a shocked expression. Wait. Are you? Bway ha ha ha, you're a magbobe too. Ah, I would love to see that bastard's face now. You inherited a will. Magnus was utterly confused. He had no idea about what this magical painting was talking about. On top of that, only he was able to see it, and so he couldn't even ask people. Who are you? Magnus asked again. Who are you talking to, Mag? Bobby asked again. kid, I'm the one and only. The great. The best. Obviously better than that bastard, King. Magnus and Brandon. Don't break the line. Suddenly his teacher scolded him and Bobby. Both of them ran to the line. They were leaving for the next site. The painting shouted as he left, "It's okay, kid. We will meet again soon. It's written in our fate. You have my blessings." Magnus wanted to stay and talk to the painting, but he also didn't want to anger the teacher. She had a bad habit of calling parents for any mistake students make. Nobody liked her. /n, any guesses on who the painting is? You can see Charles I by Van Dyck and the talking painting on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. If you want, you can read all chapters and 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** asterisk Darian Steely asterisk. Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 super deluxe magical pizza that makes you glow in the dark and also charges your phone. Warning, but where will the socket attach to? Degree. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give IT a read and stone please. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 7. Child of Fire. After that weird incident, Magnus was 100% sure that something wasn't right. Since he slept under that tree, these strange things had been happening. But he had an idea about how to get his answers. Though for now, he was on a tour of Queen's house. And surprisingly, the Queen also came there. Most likely a PR thing, but for the kids, she came to meet them and it excited them. However, Magnus didn't like her after the first glance. She seemed calculative and a cold woman who doesn't care about anything except herself. So, he kept his distance. The Queen also noticed one kid staying away from her. But she didn't think much about it. She had things much more important going on in her head. Tilda, the National Registry has been checked. There has been no newborn with the surname Pendragon in the whole country. Where could this so-called king be, Tilda, she wondered. Here. She was jolted suddenly. She was too occupied with her mind that she forgot about her surroundings and dropped her handkerchief. To her surprise, the kid who was standing away came to help her like a gentleman. She patted Magnus' head with a smile. Thank you, dear. After saying that, she left. She sure looked grumpy, Bobby commented from behind him. She's old. What else can you expect from old people? Look at our teacher. Magnus replied. Ha ha. Bobby laughed, looking at Mrs. Jones. They then went with the class line. He was not very interested in the palace or treasures anymore. All he wanted was to talk with that painting. After that was lunchtime. Magnus, of course, had pancakes. But this was the first time he brought them to school, so he found a problem. They were cold. Tilda, didn't they say I'm very warm, Tilda, he thought. So, he pressed his metal lunchbox between his palms. Tilda, get warm. Get warm. Please, Tilda. He waited for nearly 5 minutes, and when he opened the lunchbox, it was not just warm, but hot as if it came out of the oven. Tilda, whoa, I really am warm. Tilda, he gloated and started eating. Hey Magnus, what did you bring for lunch? Bobby returned to him after washing his hands and sat beside him. Pancakes. Magnus happily chirped. They look tasty. Bobby drooled while staring at Magnus' lunchbox. Magnus looked at his lunchbox and then at Bobby. Considering it was his friend, he offered. Okay, you can have some. I brought too much anyway. He lied. His appetite had become monstrous for a 9-year-old. Bobby happily ate it. Then he gave Magnus a sandwich from his box. Here, let's exchange. They had lunch and then they were to return to school. While returning, there were some fewer restrictions, so Magnus didn't have to sit between two girls again. Instead, he took a seat at the back where all the fun was. He wanted to make another round inside the palace to see the painting, but it required a ticket and they weren't selling at that time. Deciding that he'd come again with his family, he forgot about the incident for now. He enjoyed the trip home, playing with some friends and just generally chatting. It was an hour-long drive back to school, so many kids had already fallen asleep in their seats. He, on the other hand, was up and looking at his hands. He was trying to understand how his body's heat worked. Because he also understood that normal fever can't heat the pancakes that much. There must be some trick. Just as he was engrossed in his thoughts, a loud noise of tires skidding came. He quickly held on to his seat. Soon, he was thrown out of his seat. Asterisk boom asterisk. Magnus' head bumped on the headrest in front of him. Thankfully it was a cushion type and he didn't get hurt. The accident was a big one. He looked at the front and saw many of his classmates had fallen to the bus floor. Many were bleeding from places. Those that were sleeping didn't get a chance to hold on to something, so they were thrown very hard. Crying voices came soon. Then Magnus looked at the driver's seat. His mind went numb. The bus had collided with the back of a dumper truck. Not only that, the structure of the bus wasn't very strong, so the driver was squashed on his seat, probably dead already. But Magnus couldn't think about such things at the moment. His mind was telling him to get out of the bus, so he was looking for a way out. Their teacher was also hurt. She was in her 50s and didn't have a very healthy body, but due to the adrenaline, she got up and looked at all the kids. Her heart panicked seeing so many of them injured. Everyone, come with me. We need to get out of the bus, she shouted. But they were all 9-year-old kids, their bodies had frozen in fear and pain. The teacher looked at the driver. He was dead. But then she noticed that the main door was also damaged and couldn't be opened anymore. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Suddenly, with the pressure leaking sounds, the engine caught fire. The fire spread to the front and burned the dashboard, along with the driver's body. Everyone panicked. She quickly ran to the back of the bus where the emergency door was. Asterisk bam asterisk asterisk bam asterisk. She tried to open it. But it didn't budge. It was stuck there. She tried to use all her strength, but nothing helped. Slowly, the bus was getting filled with smoke, making it harder to breathe. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Magnus looked around for a way out. Only the windows could be used to get out. But the problem was, there was a long rod set in the middle of the window, making it too small for everyone to get out. These rods were placed to stop kids from putting their head out. So he got up to try and break it. But he first looked at all his classmates, crying and hurt. Then he saw his teacher just standing in one place. "Mrs. Jones, get everyone to the back. Away from the fire," Magnus shouted. Mrs. Jones, whose mind had gone numb, quickly got to action. She started pulling all the kids to the back. Those who were too much injured, she delicately lifted them to the back. Magnus, meanwhile, kicked the glass out of a window. Then he started kicking the metal rod. Asterisk bam asterisk. Asterisk bam asterisk. Come on. The fire was continuously increasing. Some seats in the front had already caught fire. Magnus had bent the rod, but it was not enough. He stopped kicking and tried to bend the rod upward so that a large enough opening would be available. He grabbed the rod tight, gritted his teeth and tried to use all the strength in his tiny body. Unbeknownst to him, his hand started heating up much more than ever. The metal rod started heating up and even turned red under his hand. He slowly found it easier to bend the rod. Ha! Slowly, it started bending upwards, away from the window's frame. Soon, there was enough space. "Mrs. Jones. Here. Use this window," he shouted. She had just finished gathering kids at the back. Everyone was panicked at the moment, so when they saw an opening, they all rushed to it crazily. Magnus was pressed in between them and no one was able to get out. Anger rose in Magnus' head. He worked so hard to open this path, and if they acted like this, all of them would still die. "Calm down, everyone," he shouted. His voice had some kind of effect as everyone heard him. All the kids' minds told them to stay back from this voice. "Everyone, get out one by one. Otherwise, no one will get out," he ordered them. They heard him this time and started jumping out. Soon, some passers-by also ran to help and caught kids jumping out. But the fire was too strong. He realized that it would be too late before everyone could get out. So Magnus ran to the other side to open the window there too. This time he just kicked to shatter the glass and then used his hands. Ha! Open! He used all strength in his body to bend the metal. This time, some kids and teachers saw him perform the feat as they were not in frenzy as before. Bobby, who was sitting beside Magnus before, had also not gotten out. He saw Magnus and ran to help. But Magnus didn't need it. He was already bending the rod. But this time, he noticed the reddened metal under his hand. However, he hid it and bent it all the way up. "Quick, Bobby. Get out," Magnus commanded. "What about you?" Bobby asked back in concern. He was really taking all this trauma well for a 9-year-old. Bobby wasn't freaking out like the other kids. "I'm just behind you, now go," Magnus replied. Bobby nodded and jumped out. Magnus looked back and saw kids jumping out one by one. Mrs. Jones was helping the injured kids get out. Soon some kids started to jump out from the new opening too. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. The smoke was too much now. Everyone was coughing. Mrs. Jones was the one coughing the most though. Because she was taller than kids and all the smoke was only touching the roof because of the open windows now. Magnus also helped some kids to get out from his side. The one with the heaviest injury was a girl who had her arms broken. She tried to stop her fall with her hands but ended up breaking them. She was the last one, so Magnus decided to get off the bus with her. He himself was shocked by his ability to lift this girl with not much problem. He handed her over to a man outside, helping evacuate. Then he himself proceeded to get out. It had just been 3 minutes since the accident and the fire. But to him, it felt like an hour had passed because of all the tension. As soon as his head was out, he took a satisfying long breath. The fire had already reached the back of the bus and he was just on time to get out. Cough cough asterisk. Magnus' ears stood up. He suddenly heard coughs coming from inside the bus. He was about to jump but looked back. It was just fire and smoke. He couldn't see anyone. Cough cough asterisk. Then he noticed where the voice came from. It was Mrs. Jones. She had fallen to the floor. No wonder Magnus didn't see her before. He had thought that she had jumped out. He aborted his escape and went back in, against his mind telling him to ignore it, but another voice from somewhere inside him was telling him not to worry, that he can do it. The fire was raging and it was only a matter of seconds before it engulfed the whole bus. He quickly tried to lift her up. But she didn't cooperate, instead, she tried to reach out to something. Magnus looked at what she was trying to get and found it to be her purse. A small cylindrical inhaler thing had fallen out of it. He didn't know what the thing was but he had seen people use it. So, he grabbed it, put it in Mrs. Jones' mouth and pressed it. It sprayed something vapor-like into her mouth, making her calm down and cooperate. But she had inhaled a lot of smoke and was on the brink of falling unconscious. It took a lot of his strength. Lifting a kid was easy, but lifting an adult was still too much for his 9-year-old body. You're so heavy. Magnus breathed. His face had turned red. The fire also caught up. He dragged Mrs. Jones to the window and threw half of her body out for people to grab her. Magnus didn't know that the fire had already caught up with him and his back was already on fire. He just didn't feel anything, it felt like simple heat to him. As soon as Mrs. Jones was out, he also leapt out of the window. He landed on the ground and ran to the people to safety. A few moments later, the bus was fully engulfed in flames, along with the dumper truck it crashed into. Sigh asterisk. Ha, ha, ha. Fresh air is the best. Magnus breathed quickly. Ambulance and fire truck sirens asterisk. Emergency services also started arriving soon after. Magnus was shockingly totally unharmed. All the kids were safe. The teacher was safe. Only the driver died. He patted his clothes to clean them, but noticed his pants were torn from the knees. Oh no, Mummy is going to get mad at me. He shuddered thinking. Magnus. Suddenly Bobby's loud voice came from behind him. Magnus turned around. Bobby's face looked worried and scared. What? Oh, you got your head bandaged. Good. Magnus. Why you're back? There's no clothes and it's all black. Bobby loudly exclaimed. Some emergency staff also noticed them and ran to help. They saw Magnus back looking all black. The clothes were burnt too. Even his ass was visible and it was also black. What? Magnus was shocked. He had not felt this happening. Paramedics quickly picked him up and took him to the ambulance. I'm fine. I'm not burned, really. He tried to argue but no one listened. He was immediately sent to the nearest hospital. He wasn't in pain at all, so when he reached the hospital and was being taken in on a stretcher, he saw the name of the hospital. It was Queen Alexandra Military Hospital. Seeing the name, Magnus was frightened. His face started sweating. "Oh no, not here!" he cried in fear. /N, rather than just announcing his abilities. "I am trying to show them. This way, when he grows up and uses some powerful magic, it won't come off as a shock. Also, yes, the bus driver died. Magnus will have some thoughts about it in the next chapter, as he is a 9-year-old and just saw a dead man for the first time in his small life. Though he won't be turning emo. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 8. Sensational. There were not many things Magnus was scared of. But his angry mom was an exception. This was on his mind as he was immediately taken to the trauma center to be given first aid. "It'll be all right, sweetie, we will contact your parents soon and they will be here." A nurse sweet-talked with him. Magnus was not in pain and he wasn't even trying to hide it. But these doctors had forced him to lay on his belly on the bed as they thought he was burned on the back. He didn't have a problem with that, but at the moment, clothes from his back were burnt and he could feel the air on his back and ass. It was wide open for the view. "Actually, my mom works here. Also, can you please put some cover on me? I feel cold," he asked nicely. The nurse didn't seem very smart as she put the blanket on him. She shouldn't have done it because if he was really burnt then it would have irritated the wounds. "What's your mom's name? I'll tell her to come then," she asked kindly. "Her name is Grace Grant, she's a heart surgeon," he reveals. "Oh, your Grant's son. I'll go and call her quickly." She got up and left. Meanwhile, Magnus quickly rubbed his back on the blanket and wiped it all clean so that the normal color of his skin could be seen. He then laid straight instead of on his belly and looked around. Soon he noticed Bobby was there too, eating an ice cream. So he called him. "I thought you weren't injured?" Magnus inquired. "I wasn't. But they still brought me here. I was about to call home and go away when I saw them giving free ice cream. So I stayed." Bobby replied. He, bring me one too." "Ah. I'm hurt. I can't move." Magnus acted. Bobby got alerted. "Just wait here, mate." Soon, the two bros were seen happily eating ice cream. Magnus. "Thanks. If it weren't for you, none of would be seeing the light again," Bobby suddenly said. Magnus was surprised by Bobby's sudden change of tone. He patted Bobby's shoulder. "I did it for myself too, Bobby. I didn't want to get burned either." Magnus calmed him down. But Bobby suddenly frowned and looked where Magnus patted him. "Damn it, you wiped your hand on me," he complained, making Magnus laugh. After they had eaten, Bobby asked Magnus something that made him serious. "Hey, Mag. What happens when you die?" I saw what happened to the bus driver. He was laughing not long ago when we were getting on the bus and then suddenly I feel weird. Bobby shared his thoughts. He was just 9 years old, these thoughts were common to arise. Bobby may act silly and funny, but he was still a smart boy. He was good at his studies too because his parents had taught him that if he doesn't like living in near poverty then work hard and try to change the situation. That was Bobby's motivation. Magnus took a long breath. He also wasn't sure what happened. Bobby, I feel that we are too young to talk about such things. It was frightening seeing him like that. I was honestly a bit scared, thinking that my end would be like that. That was why I tried so hard to break the window. But it also opened my eyes. We are so weak, so easy to break. Our bodies are like glass. Magnus said. Bobby nodded. What should we do to get strong then? I don't know. Exercise maybe. A lot of it and keep ourselves prepared for any worse situation. That's all I can think of. Magnus thought loudly. Bobby stayed quiet after that. He was a bit shaken. They were sitting silently when suddenly a figure rushed to him. It was, of course, his mom. She was frightened already. First, the fever had kept her scared and now this. It was bad for her health. Magnus. She reached his hand and held it. How are you? Are you hurt? She asked. No mom, nothing happened to me. Just got my clothes burned, I'm as good as you saw me in the morning. Magnus tried to clarify before any misunderstandings arose. Didn't any doctor see you yet? She asked and looked around. She saw a captain-ranked doctor checking other kids' injuries. Captain, where is my son's file? She asked. She herself was a lieutenant colonel. The doctor turned to Grace and recognized her. We have not checked him yet. Let me get the records from paramedics. He quickly brought a file and looked for Magnus' name. His brows furrowed when he saw it. It stated severe burns on the back but Magnus seemed fine. Magnus, can you show me your back? I need to check if there are any burns. He said. Magnus happily showed him as this also reduced his headache. When the doctor saw him fine, he immediately crossed the report. Magnus is fine, you can take him home. He declared and went to treat other kids who were severely injured. Grace turned back to Magnus and stared daggers at him. But she didn't say anything and just checked his temperature by placing her hand on his forehead. To her worries, he was still as warm as before. Magnus, your mum will grow old early if I keep on worrying so much. She said. Mummy, it's all fine. I am healthy and uninjured. Maybe, I am just special, or weird. Magnus tried to calm her down. I hope you are right. Okay, you rest here, I will finish my work and we will go home together. I will call your dad too. Bobby, is your mom coming? She inquired. I haven't called home yet, Bobby replied as he ate his third ice cream. Call them and tell them that I will drop you off. Stay here with Magnus until then. She suggested and went back to her department to work. She had to do some minor surgeries today. Bobby was happy with this arrangement. There wasn't anything to do at his home anyway and he liked spending time with Magnus, or at his home because his family had a color TV and they would watch Tom and Jerry, Scooby-Doo or some movie. T.vs had become common in those days but still cost a decent amount of money. They just passed their time, talking and waiting till the evening. But then a policeman came to talk to Magnus. Surprising to Magnus, the policeman was actually Tom, the constable who had found Magnus when he was lost. Tom was also a bit surprised, but not much. He specifically came to look for Magnus, and he had a hunch that this was the same kid. "Hello, kid. How are you? I'm here to get your statement. Do you have a guardian here? I need them to oversee," Tom said. He was being professional at the moment because this incident was not a small matter. The journalists were already roaming around the hospital, trying to smell some sensational detail or something else. "Yes, my mummy works here. But she is busy. Why do you want to talk to me anyway?" Magnus asked with interest. Constable Tom smiled and patted Magnus' head. "Magnus, I am proud of you. Don't act so humble now. I recorded statements from your teacher and other kids. All of them said that you saved them. You even saved your teacher's life from imminent death. I'm sure the police will reward you later for your bravery." Magnus scratched his head in nervousness. Is there any way to not spread the news about me? I'll be grounded if my parents find out that I acted so dumbly. It's brave for the world, but for them, it would be stupid." "Ha ha, I understand, Magnus. But I'm afraid, this matter is out of my hands now. An official investigation will be launched soon, and this accident involved children. It's a sensitive matter, so the police, as well as the city government, will be taking this very seriously," Tom explained. In defeat, he sighed. But then he looked at Bobby and had an idea. Yes, when will he be of use, Tilda? "Bobby, are you hurt a lot?" Magnus asked. Bobby stared back with a questioning gaze. "No, it's just a little bump." "Good, then for the next 5 days, you should come to my place after going home today. We shall play and watch movies," Magnus proposed. His plan was simple, that his parents wouldn't be able to say anything to him with Bobby around. "Really? Wicked, I shall come then. My mummy never says no to visiting you." Bobby was happy. But Magnus had no idea how much this whole thing was going to explode soon. A 9-year-old kid, saving all his classmates and the teacher, that was a story straight out of superhero comics. It was a piece of perfectly sensational news that the masses would enjoy reading, so how could the various news houses not capitalize on it? The newspaper and television news media was already on the rise, so nothing could stay ignored for too long. Soon, Magnus' mom came and he gave the vague statement to Tom, trying not to let his mother know much. He told everything he did, omitting the fact that he was able to heat the metal to bend it. After that, they headed home after dropping Bobby at his home. By the time they reached home, it was 8 p.m. Adam had already come home and had cooked dinner for them. They washed up and sat down at the dinner table to eat. In the background, the television was showing BBC One channel that was showing news at the moment. News: today, a tragic accident occurred when a school bus collided with a dumper, causing a fire in the bus. The driver died on the spot, but all the 30 children and the teacher were able to reach to safety, all thanks to the heroic 9-year-old, 5th grader, Magnus Grant. When the emergency door did not open due to being stuck, little Magnus broke the window, bent the safety bar and helped everyone get out. Not just that, he saved his teacher, who had passed out due to smoke as she had asthma. His heroic deed is being talked about all across. Magnus had frozen in his place, the spoon just hovered in front of his mouth as he was about to eat. His parents were also frozen, but they turned their heads back towards Magnus. Magnus felt a bit nervous, thinking that a scolding was going to come soon. But, To his shock, his mum and dad got up, came to his side and hugged him tightly. His mum left a kiss on his cheek. His dad patted his back while repeating, "I'm proud of you, son. Sweetie, you did the right thing, but be careful from now on. Okay?" His mum added. A big smile crept onto Magnus' face. Tilde asterisk sigh asterisk I was worried for nothing. Tilde. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. Asterisk doorbell asterisk. Suddenly, someone knocked and rang the bell. It was night time, so they were confused about who it could be. Adam went to check it out. But he was left shocked. There were about 10 people in front of his house, and 4 policemen were trying to move them away as they flashed their bulky cameras and clicked photos. You can see Magnus' parents on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 9. Accidental and deliberate magic. Please close the door, Mr. Grant, we will disperse the crowd. Sorry for the inconvenience. The policeman told him. Adam quickly closed the door and looked at Grace and Magnus, who stood in the hallway and stared at him. Adam chuckled, ha ha. I think our little Magnus has become famous now. Good thing he doesn't have school for the next 5 days. He should stay at home and let the matter settle itself. Grace advised. Mummy, I have asked Bobby to come over for 5 days. Can he stay with me? Magnus asked. Sure, sweetie. I will bring lots of snacks and storybooks tomorrow for you too. She agreed instantly. So, Magnus happily went to his room to sleep. But, on his bed, he just rolled over from one side to the other. He waited for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. He still couldn't sleep. His mind was not at ease. What happened today was so bizarre in all sense. Magnus was a kid who liked the stories of heroes and superpowers. But he also understood that all these were fake made-up stories. But what happened today had changed that thought. First, the talking portrait. Then the bus incident. Him being able to bend steel and then not getting burned by fire. He decided to try something to check things. He got up, slowly opened the door of his room and went to the bathroom. Luckily, they had 2 bathrooms, one downstairs and one on the first floor, which only he used. He locked the door and went to the sink. He put some water in a mug and then dipped his hand in it. He felt that the water was cold at that moment. Then he tried to replicate what he did with the metal rods in the bus. He imagined his hand on fire. Soon enough, he felt it. The water's temperature had changed and it was still rising. But he didn't think about the heat limit of the ceramic mug. Crack. It cracked with noise and the water fell in the sink. It was radiating steam, that's how hot the water had gotten. It was boiling. Magnus looked at his hands with worry. He didn't know if this was a blessing or a curse. Tilda, what is wrong with me, Tilda? He continued some experiments while being more careful now. He spent an hour or so using his powers and he finally felt somewhat tired. So, he went back to his room and fell asleep. During the night, while sleeping, Magnus felt something hurting him on his neck. As if some kind of a sharp stone. His eyes lightly opened while still being sleepy. He felt something around his neck. A locket. In his sleep, he simply pulled it and threw it away. As he slept, the locket that had fallen a good distance away flew back to Magnus and tied itself around his neck. Next morning, Magnus woke up with the same itchy feeling on his neck. He saw what it was and to his shock, it was the same wooden locket, tied with a black thread around his neck. Tilda, weird, didn't I throw it last night, Tilda, he wondered. But then he remembered what he did last night and felt very excited. He really had powers like a superhero. Tilda, I wonder if I will be like Superman. But I'm weak right now. I know what happens to heroes who try to act before training properly. They get beaten and realize they are not strong enough. Tilda. He quickly went to the bathroom, brushed his teeth and went downstairs. He was staying at home but his parents still needed to go to work. The news was still talking about him and a few journalists were still outside their house. He took a seat at the dining table where his dad was reading the newspaper calmly. He was reading a report about Magnus. There were speculations that Magnus would get some kind of reward. But he didn't care. Magnus was safe, that was the best reward. He put the paper down and ate breakfast. Breakfast was simple sandwiches and orange juice. Magnus too, happily ate. But when he proceeded to pick another sandwich from the tray, his hand bumped onto the glass. It started falling down. Magnus rushed to catch it midair and to his shock, it was hovering in the air until Magnus grabbed it. He thought that nobody saw it, but in fact, his father did. Adam rubbed his eyes. Tilda, why am I seeing such things? Did I not sleep well last night? Tilda. Magnus happily continued eating. Grace didn't see anything so she didn't react. Asterisk dong dong asterisk. The doorbell rang. Grace went and checked. It was Bobby. He had come with a small backpack with his clothes to stay at their home. Good morning, Auntie, Uncle. He politely greeted and came into the dining room. Okay, Mag. We're leaving for work too. I have cooked lunch for you too. There are also a few snacks. Have fun. Grace instructed him and then left after giving him a kiss on the cheek. As soon as they went out, they were confronted by some journalists, asking them to interview Magnus. They had been waiting there like hyenas. They tried to come to them and talk but the couple ignored them and left in their cars. Journalists also didn't have enough guts to push it too far as both were military personnel. They didn't want to end up in the news themselves for trespassing. Magnus closed the door and looked back. So, what do you wanna do today, Bobby? Bobby shrugged his shoulders. It's your house, you tell me. Home, let's watch a movie. We can't really go out today with all of them waiting for me. Magnus decided. They switched on the television and started watching. There were just 3 channels in that era. BBC One, BBC Two and another one. And right now, there was no movie showing on any channel. Well, here goes the movie plan. Let's go to my room and play some board games. Magnus decided. Both of them went upstairs. Magnus had some cards, Monopoly and some other toys. They played for a few hours while eating some snacks. But one cannot spend the whole day doing this. They later went to eat lunch. "Ah, these are cold," Bobby said as he filled his plate. There were some sausages, mashed potatoes and bread. "Bring it to me, I will show you a trick," Magnus said. He took the plate and placed it on his palm. Then he hovered his other hand over the food. After a few minutes, the food started releasing steam. "Holy smokes, how did you do this?" Bobby was shocked as his eyes widened. It's a secret. I can't just tell everyone. Not even Mummy and Daddy know this," Magnus said smugly. "Come on, mate. I will keep it a secret. I don't have any other friends anyway, and telling my parents is out of the option," Bobby pleaded. Magnus actually felt a bit bad. That Bobby didn't have any other friend, well, even he did not have a friend beside Bobby, but that was his choice. On the other hand, Bobby was very friendly to all but was still ignored. "Okay, you have to promise me in the name of the god or whomever you love the most. No matter what happens, you will not tell this to anyone, even mistakenly," Magnus stated. Bobby gulped his saliva, seeing the seriousness of the situation. He nodded. "I promise. I promise. This will be our secret for forever. Oh, I saw this once on television somewhere. Until death do us apart." Magnus facepalmed himself. "Stupid, that's what married people say to each other. Anyway, come with me." He took him to the bathroom and put some water in the mug. "Touch the water and feel its temperature." Bobby did as asked. It's cold." "Now, wait," Magnus said and put his hand in it. 2 minutes later, he gave the water back to Bobby. "Now check." Bobby had just touched the water with his finger that he retracted it quickly. "Bloody hell, it's so hot. My finger nearly burned." "How did you do that?" "I don't know. But something happened the day I was lost. Since then, I never feel cold. I can run and cycle faster and longer. I no longer get tired easily. I can also generate heat from my hands. I don't know what else I can do though," Magnus explained. "Whoa, you're like some superhero. I'm sure your powers will grow as you grow. That's what happens in the comics." Bobby thought loudly. "Yes, that's what I guessed. Also, didn't I tell you about the talking portrait in Buckingham Palace?" "I was not lying," Magnus added. "Really? Then we must go and talk to it. Maybe it knows about your powers," Bobby advised. "I know, that's my plan. But I guess it will take some time before these people go away from outside our home. You should come with me when I will go," Magnus said. But suddenly, he saw Bobby's face turned sad. "What happened?" Magnus asked. "Mag, I don't think I will be here any longer. I heard Mum and Dad talking. We will be leaving this place soon. I will be changing schools too," Bobby revealed. "What? Why?" Magnus asked. He was also saddened as he didn't want to lose his best friend. "I heard that we don't have the money to pay the mortgage this time and the bank will take our home," Bobby said with a sad face. Magnus felt bad. Bobby was his only friend. He patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm sure things will work out. You heard them talking. If they were sure then they would have told you as well. ****. I hope you are right, Mag." Buckingham Palace. Queen's assistant came to report to her, "Your Majesty, all the records of the past 10 years have been checked. There has been no child with the surname Pendragon. The queen was still young right now and had the vigor. She broke the pen in her hand in anger. Call the wizards again and tell them to get me in touch with this Dumbledore. Give them whatever they need, but I need this task done. She sternly ordered and bumped the desk with her fist. The assistant left her alone in her office. She looked down at the papers on her desk. These were there for her signature. Home. A 9-year-old recommended for George Cross. She then read the documents completely. Soon, she had a smile on her face. She quickly called her assistant, make sure this next George Cross Award ceremony gets the highest coverage. I will be personally giving it. What better way for a good PR than giving the highest civilian medal to a brave 9-year-old child? Yes, ma'am. It will be done. The assistant left with a bow. To the Queen, keeping the image of the royal family in its highest honor was the biggest priority. People must never lose faith in the crown, and as long as people had faith, no one could threaten her. Though her thinking was flawed because magic does not care about your image. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 10, 10. Anything for a friend. When you are with friends you like spending time with, time tends to move faster. So, 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. Magnus was not able to get out of his home because the journalists were still outside. His parents had told him that he can't go out without their permission and supervision of them. Finally, it was Sunday and Magnus had asked his dad to take him and Bobby to the park. He showed it like he wanted to play there, but in reality, he wanted to find the strange kid whose mother had called him a filthy muggle before. Because this was what the portrait in Buckingham Palace said, so there must be a connection. So, Magnus took his bicycle along. It had a back seat too, so it wasn't going to be a problem for both of them to make a trip. Magnus's memory had gotten very good, so he was easily able to remember the whole way. Bump. Suddenly, just like the last time, a flying disc came out of nowhere and bumped on his head. Magnus looked to the side and said, "The same old fat kid. Ah, aren't you the guy from last time? What was the name?" "Ronan," Magnus asked. He had a good memory, but that didn't mean he would remember insignificant things too. The fat kid's eyes twitched. "It's Vernon, actually." "Huh? What's his problem?" Bobby questioned. "Diabetes maybe. I heard about it on TV. Pretty horrifying disease. You have to get injections daily. I'd be mad if I were him," Magnus replied, and they continued their excursion. Adam as usual took a spot on a bench and read the newspaper. "Okay, Bobby. Sit on the back seat. I will be very fast," Magnus said. Bobby sat down and lifted his feet a few centimeters above. Soon, Magnus started paddling it like no tomorrow, and soon they were talking to the air. This time, Magnus knew the right way. He reached the place quickly. It's supposed to be here, Magnus muttered. He looked at the building and hoped to see the boy outside. They waited there for a few more minutes but nobody came out. Do you know his name? Maybe we can shout it. Bobby asked. Magnus shook his head. Nah, mate, his mother was too scary. I couldn't ask as I was busy running away. Soon, they lost patience and went ahead to press the doorbell. But they still couldn't find the boy in the whole building. ****. I guess we should head back now. Maybe his family is not at home. Magnus decided. He sat back on the bicycle and pedaled back to the park. But while going away, they saw another kid, with black hair but smaller height, walking towards the building. But they were already back on their way. The little kid went back to his house and found his big brother. Brother, someone was waiting for you outside. Two boys rode on a bicycle. Regulus, why didn't you call me? The blonde kid was the one that could spew fire out of his mouth. I'd have shown you. Well, he must want to talk to me, so I'm sure he will come again. I will look for a charm that can notify me of his visit. Sirius decided. Ha, sure brother. Regulus shrugged, totally not taking his words seriously. On their way back, Magnus had another thing in his mind. Bobby, tell me something, how much is your parents' mortgage left? I don't know. I don't even know what mortgage is. Bobby answered. Well, it is the money borrowed usually from the bank to buy your house. You keep on giving them money every month for a few years. If you don't, then the house will become theirs and you will lose all the money you've already given. Magnus explained. Oh, I understand now. But I really don't know the amount needed. Maybe I can ask them. Bobby decided. Listen, Bobby, what if I lend you money? I really meant mine, not my parents'. Can you then convince your parents to pay the whole mortgage with that and say that you'll return the money when you grow up? Magnus suggested. You have money? Bobby asked in skepticism. Not yet, but if you promise that you will convince them, then I will get the money, Magnus asked seriously. I don't know, Mag. We are just 9-year-olds. My parents think I am too immature and don't even talk about stuff with me. How can I convince them? Bobby asked. He was tempted to take the offer because he didn't want to leave his friend and the house he grew up in. But he also stayed a bit realistic about it. Just tell them that Magnus has the money. Tell them that I earned it and have lent it to you. Tell them that you have promised to give it back. Mate, I don't want to lose my only friend either. Dumb as you may be, a friend is still a friend. Magnus said teasingly. Yeah, wait, what? Who's dumb? That evening, Bobby went back to his home because the school was starting to continue from the next day. But today he needed to talk to his parents about Bobby's situation. Mummy, Daddy, I want to help him, Magnus said. Sure, Mag. I think we can help them. We both earn enough for that, his parents agreed. Magnus' father, Adam, was a colonel and his salary was about £6,100, £87,000 today, while Grace was a lieutenant colonel and her yearly salary was £5,100, £83,798 today. The average cost of a home was now £2,530, approximately £55,784. So, it was not very tough for them to help. But Magnus denied. No, I don't want you to do it. If you give money, then uncle and aunt will feel bad. So, I want to do it myself. Daddy, aren't there a lot of news people out there? Will they pay me if I give them an interview? What if I give the BBC an interview or some radio station? Adam looked at his wife with a smug face suddenly. They just realized that their son was going too fast for his age, at least in a mental capacity. Adam jokingly thought, Tilda, my boy will become a big businessman it seems. Tilda. Mag, are you sure you want to do this? Grace asked. Yes, Mom, not many people remember the news anyway. They will forget about it in a few days, he assured. Good, then I will see what arrangements can be made. Adam got up and went to the telephone to call some people. Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, Minister for Magic, Eugenia Jenkins is here. She has some urgent business with you. McGonagall told the old man. Yes, Minerva. Leech has retired already and I am yet to meet this new minister. A good opportunity it is. Send her in. Dumbledore said from his seat. McGonagall left the room and soon an uptight witch entered. She was certainly not a pushover like newbie Leech. Dumbledore humbly received her into his chamber and gave her some tea. Minister, what can I do for you today? You flatter me, Professor. Can't I just come and visit our esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts? She replied like a true politician. Ha ha, I am too old now, not many people find charm in meeting me. Dumbledore was also trialed and tested when it came to politics. Then I will get straight to the point. Professor, what did Narby talk about with the crown? The Queen has especially named you and wants to meet you. She revealed. Dumbledore didn't show any reactions except a bit of light shining on his pupils. Tilda, it seems she didn't find him. Then does this mean, Tilda? Minister, you do not need to worry about this. It's a Muggle matter, something about the line of succession. It seems old Merlin had enchanted some stone tablet with King Arthur's decree. Now it is shining and warning the royal family of a curse. They likely want me for that. He explained, leaving bits of pieces of info alone. Will you be going? Minister asked. It will be quite demeaning to go there for me, Dumbledore muttered. In fact, he was playing a game. He knew there was more to get from this. I recommend that you go there, headmaster. It will set up good relations with the royals. Also, the Queen has generously agreed to pay £50,000 to the Ministry of Magic. Of course, half of it will be given to Hogwarts funds, directly to be used by you. She offered. Dumbledore was tempted by this. Money was always welcome for maintaining Hogwarts. He was also interested in Merlin's magic, so he agreed. I will visit the crown. But tell them not to keep their hopes very high, he announced. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 sweet and sour bubble gum. Effect, chew it and lose body fat. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 11. A helpful voice. Buckingham Palace. Dumbledore arrived straight outside the palace with a representative from the Queen's side. Buckingham Palace had started to hire some wizards now, since the Queen found out about the curse. These people were registered as private security. However, they were not allowed to enter too deep in the inner circle of the Queen because these people were allied to no one. They might even kill her if someone pays them a good amount. Dumbledore was respectfully invited inside the castle. Queen also knew that this man was deemed as the strongest wizard, at least in the British magical community. She greeted the old man respectfully. "Mr. Dumbledore, welcome to my home. Have a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Dumbledore took a seat while looking around. This was his first time entering this place. But it wasn't anything grand. In fact, it was lackluster compared to Hogwarts. Soon, tea was served and the serious talk started. "I heard about your trouble from ex-Minister Narby." Dumbledore started. Queen Elizabeth II was 43 years old and Dumbledore was already 88. She had to talk nicely, without her pompous manner. "Yes," he suggested, "some means to find this heir to the throne. I've heard that there is a book with names of all the kids in Hogwarts. I humbly request you to please look through it once. It would be a great boon to the family and the crown. We shall never forget this favor," she said in length. Dumbledore stroked his long beard. How much do you know about magical laws?" "Barely anything," she replied. Though she was getting a bad feeling. "Unlike Muggles. I mean non-magical people's laws, magical laws are far more dangerous. Once broken, they can cause a serious penalty. All through the magic. The Book of Acceptance is something that even I don't dare to open. It gets read only before each year's term starts, to send new children letters of acceptance," he explained. However, he was not revealing everything. The Book of Acceptance could be opened, but he'd rather not do it because there was no need to. The world was not ending, the sky was not falling. So, without any major reason, he didn't want to break the rule of not reading kids' names before the letters went out. "So you cannot open it no matter what?" she asked with a sullen face. "No, I cannot. But, maybe I can help you if you let me see the stone tablet," he suggested. In reality, he just wanted to see it to experience Merlin's magic. The Queen agreed and told her assistant to bring it. Soon, it was in Dumbledore's hands. He checked it from all sides and felt the magic used in it. It was still lighting up. It is indeed strong old magic. Definitely cast by Merlin. I'm sure this stone tablet will not stop glowing until the chosen king sits on the throne. And yes, this thing shall curse you and your family to extinction if its decision is ignored. However, it won't kill you immediately. Only when you try to harm the selected king. So, you have no immediate threat. Also, if the name comes up while sending the acceptance letter from Hogwarts in the next few years, I shall inform you. That is all I can help you with," Dumbledore said in length. The Queen had some relief now. "Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore, we will definitely not forget this help. It was nothing. Now, I should head back to school. I have some work to do." Dumbledore respectfully left the building and returned to Hogwarts. Quickly, he called McGonagall to his chamber. "Minerva, starting this year, when the acceptance letters are sent out, I want you to check for a name with Pendragon in it. If it comes up, you need to inform me. I shall go personally to receive the student. McGonagall was confused by this request. But she didn't ask. It was a simple task after all. 10 Privet Drive. Magnus was returning from school. It had been a few days since the schools had started. He got out of his dad's car and was bombarded by flashes of some journalists. But what shocked him was that there were even more than before. Tilda, why are they not leaving me already, Tilda, he wondered. Magnus. Magnus, they shouted his name. Soon, his father also came and stood behind him. Why are you all still here? You don't know, Mr. Grant? One reporter asked. What? Adam inquired. Magnus will be awarded the George Cross. It was announced today. It was even in the evening newspaper. The journalist said. Tilda, what? Magnus. George Cross, Tilda. Adam was in shock. He looked down at Magnus. Magnus was also looking at his face. Who's George? Magnus. How do you feel about this news? A guy asked him. Then, Magnus gave a one-word answer. It was a word that he had recently learned in school. Flabbergasted. With that, he was taken into the house by Adam. Grace was already there. She was sitting on the couch, watching the television. Her face had the same shocked expression that Adam had not long ago. On the TV, the news was being broadcasted and it also showed a report about Magnus receiving the George Cross. What is George Cross? Magnus asked. Grace looked at him and stayed silent for a few seconds. Then she suddenly came to him and lifted him in the air and circled around happily. You little rascal! You have no idea how big of a news this is. George Cross is like the Victoria Cross but for civilians. This award is very hard to get. In the news, they said that the Queen will be awarding you personally and it will be live broadcasted. Grace revealed. Really? That's nice. Dad, did you ask about the interviews? Magnus asked as he remembered Bobby. He was more concerned about this than the medal. Adam nodded and informed him, yes, I did. I have a friend who worked for the Public Affairs Department. He helped me set up some interviews, including an interview on BBC One. Then there are also some for newspapers. Thank you. I will go to my room and start preparing for what I will say. Magnus happily ran to his room. Once he was gone, Grace's face turned a bit serious. Adam, are you sure letting him be on television is the right thing? Adam hugged her. Don't worry, Grace. They will not look for our family history. Our records are also confidential. We are both military personnel after all. I hope you are right. Okay, today is a special day. Let's celebrate it with a nice meal tonight. She happily headed to the kitchen. But then she stopped and turned around. Where do you think you're going, Adam? Come here and help me. Adam scratched his beard. Hey, I was just going to the washroom. Coming. Stop smoking, or I will kill you if something happens to you. She sternly said while staring daggers at him. Magnus sat by his little study table. He had a paper in front of him and he wrote what he was going to tell the papers. Tilda, okay, I want them to want to know more about my deeds later. So I can't tell everything straight away. After getting the medal, they will surely come for me again. But I don't want us to be tagged as a greedy family, so I can't ask for too much money. To earn maximum money, I need to give as many interviews as possible. Magnus decided. When he was writing about the bus incident, he remembered his powers. He was still unable to understand how to control it. He knew that he could produce heat, but he was yet to know how to produce fire. Well, my hand should be able to do it. Maybe I should focus on it. Please come out, fire. He stared at his palms and repeatedly asked fire to come out. He waited for 5 minutes but nothing happened. But then, suddenly a voice came inside his head. You are the master of magic, Magnus, not the other way. Magic is a tool, use it as a tool. Never let it control you. The stronger your mind is, the stronger your magic shall be. It was an old hoarse yet kind voice. It spoke softly to Magnus. Magnus actually fell back from his chair in fright. Who's there? Magnus asked. But no voice came this time. He asked a few more times but there was still silence. Finally, he took a long breath and sat back on his chair. He again looked at his palms. I am the master. It's a tool. Like a hammer. Then it should move as I want it to move. He focused on his palm again. This time not pleading for it. He firmly ordered it. Willed and imagined it to come out. Yes, Magnus felt his palms become hotter. Expectations arose in his heart. He silently focused. Then soon, there was a very tiny amount of smoke. Yours. Poof asterisk. Noo. Like a fart, it just made a noise and disappeared. It was unsuccessful. Today there is smoke, tomorrow there will be flames. Yes, that's right. I shall practice it every day. Magnus tried to console himself. But just then, Magnus had an idea. I should be able to control my body temperature if it's just a tool. That shouldn't be hard. Magnus then closed his eyes and tried to bring his body temperature lower. Soon, he started feeling cold, so he raised it a little bit so he wouldn't feel cold. But he still didn't know if his temperature had decreased. He quickly went downstairs to his parents' room while they were in the kitchen and took the thermometer. He put it under his armpit and waited. 110 was high, Mummy said. I should keep it lower than 100. He thought. After 5 minutes, he took the thermometer out and checked. It was at 99. This should be good. So, he ran to his mother to tell her. She was obviously on edge all this time, thinking about his health, thinking that he had some unknown disease. Mummy, look. My temperature came down. Magnus nearly shouted. Grace quickly looked at him. She touched his forehead and instantly felt happy. You're right. Let's check again. Magnus again let the thermometer check. Soon, it was confirmed that his temperature was down to nearly normal. She hugged him and felt relaxed. This is such a great day for me. Go and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I shall feed you myself, she said happily. No, I will eat it myself. He embarrassingly replied and quickly went to the washroom. There, he looked at himself in the mirror. He still had a smile on his face. Seeing his mother happy was something that made him happy. Then his eyes fell on the wooden locket on his neck. He was certain that it was magical. He held it with one hand. Whoever you are, thank you. Mummy is happy now. He thanked the unknown voice that helped him. Blink blink asterisk. To his shock, the locket blinked in blue light, as if accepting his words. Magnus' jaw was hanging. His days were turning weirder every day. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ***** Umar Latif **** Julian Ricamera **** Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 12. The interview. Magnus spent a lot of time trying to talk to the locket after it had blinked. He knew now that secrets of his powers were hidden inside this and was also convinced that the dream he saw the night he slept under the strange tree in the park was real. Also, he felt that he was changing too much. Albeit slowly but still, he could feel the changes inside his body. His memory had also become better by a lot. He also felt an innate need to find gold and hoard it as much as possible. But it was just a small thought at the moment and he shrugged it. Besides this, he also felt that he was getting smarter in school. More than all the kids in his grade. He had already learned everything his 5th grade had to offer. But this did not mean he was all intelligent. He tried 7th grade books and found them to be very hard. Middle school subjects were different from the final year of elementary school. Still, 6th grade was fine for him. 3 days had passed since the announcement of the George Cross. It was big news because he was going to be the youngest person to receive this award. Previously, this record was held by 15-year-old John Bamford who rescued his brothers from a house fire in 1952. Magnus also wanted to get himself in the Guinness Book of Records as it was pretty popular and he guessed that his record won't be broken for a while now. After all, how many 9-year-olds go around saving people? It was Sunday, meaning it was the day for his interview with the BBC channel to be recorded. He had already given 6 interviews to newspapers and it collectively gathered him £460, £6,533 today. On average, one newspaper gave him about £80, nearly £1,000. His father told him that there were still 5 more papers from other countries. Also, BBC One should be able to give him more than papers. He was also counting on all of these guys coming back after he took the award and the Guinness Book of Records publicizes his name. Magnus, let's go. Adam was taking him to the recording studio of BBC. Coming, Dad. He shouted from his room. He put on some clean and nice professional clothes. There wasn't much in his wardrobe anyway except some t-shirts, some pants and knickers. He didn't want to show his legs on national television so he wore pants. He combed his hair and went out. Bye-bye, Mummy. He waved. All the best, Magnus. I will tell your grandparents to keep an eye out for you tomorrow on the telly. She encouraged him and caressed his hair to make them better. After that, he was out. In the car, Adam told him about what not to say on the mic. He was supposed to stick to what happened and the events. At most, they will ask him about his favorite hobby or something. After a 30-minute ride, they were outside the building of the studio. It was a big building, with the name of the company on it in bold letters. It was going to be a pre-recorded show so they didn't have to do much preparation. They were taken to a studio recording room soon. Adam sat on the side, told to be silent and just observe. Meanwhile, Magnus took a seat at one end of a small table. There were two mics on it, one facing him and one the empty seat where the interviewer would sit. There were also three giant cameras that looked too overbearing. Soon, a man in a suit came in. He had average height and didn't look like a serious type, instead, he looked to be a friendly man. The news studio had specially chosen him to conduct this interview because he had the most non-serious face. He was the second assistant for the main news anchor. He also dreamt of being on television someday, but it was a tough road. He was the second guy in the line anyway. But who would have thought that Magnus's actions would change someone's fate? His name was Raymond Barry, a 25-year-old, London-born. He came to Magnus, who although didn't look nervous, was indeed nervous. It was his first time being in front of a large video camera and mic. Giving interviews to newspapers was easy as they usually wrote or voice recorded everything. Raymond sensed it. So he extended his hand. "Hello, Magnus. I am a big fan. Finally got to meet you. Not every day you get to meet such a young hero." Feeling the relaxed manner of Raymond, Magnus felt at ease. He smiled back and shook the hand. "Thank you, Uncle. Call me Uncle Barry. Don't think much about all these lights and cameras, just look at me and answer questions with whatever is in your heart. Remember, we are not taking an exam of you here, we just want to hear your story and how you feel about receiving the George Cross," Raymond said. Then he took out a newspaper from his suit pocket. "Look, did you read this? Ha ha, this newspaper did a survey. You are currently the most wanted student and son for many teachers and parents across the country," he sarcastically said. Magnus chuckled after seeing the article. Actually, Raymond was a bit shocked by how well-spoken Magnus was. "No, I am just fine with my mum and dad," Magnus sternly answered. Recording in 1. The show's director spoke. "Magnus, we will be starting in a minute. Drink water if you want by then," he advised. Magnus wasn't thirsty. He just wanted for the interview to start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cameras started rolling. Raymond started speaking while looking at the camera. Magnus wasn't supposed to do this. He was supposed to look at Raymond's face. This way, his interview would look more authentic. Today we have a very special guest on our show. The hero the whole nation has been talking about for the past few days. An incident that scared and shocked everyone. A 9-year-old child, saving a bus full of children and his teacher. His name is Magnus Grant, also soon to be a George Cross holder. We will talk to him and try to understand what he was thinking when the incident happened and what he feels now. The camera changed and now a close-up of Magnus' face was being recorded from over the shoulder of Raymond. Raymond turned to Magnus and asked his first question. "Magnus, I am delighted to see you. You have made our country proud with this heroic act. But, many people are confused, how did a little child, just 9 years old, can have the courage to act so brave in such a tense situation? Would you care to share your experience and what was going on in your mind back then?" Raymond asked formally yet kindly. Magnus looked too cute and innocent with his handsome yet chubby face. He nodded, "Thank you. We were on the way back to school from the tour of Queen's House. Many were sleeping when the accident happened because it was a long ride. I wasn't asleep. When the accident happened, my head bumped on the soft cushioned headrest in front of me. Luckily, I was not injured. But I saw my friends injured. Then I saw Uncle Driver. He was caught in the fire. Magnus's face became sad. Raymond got worried. That was not the plan. They didn't want Magnus to remember the dead. How did you save your friends, Magnus? He changed the question, bringing the story much further. I was very scared. But I didn't want to never be able to see Mummy and Daddy again. Mrs. Jones tried to open the back door but it didn't budge. So, I tried to use the window. I used all my strength and was able to open it. Then I opened another one. But before I jumped out in the end, I saw Mrs. Jones on the bus floor. I used all my power to bring her out in time. She had asthma. Raymond helped him. Yes, asthma. Magnus finished. Actually, he had written this whole speech in the past 3 nights. He had decided to stutter sometimes to make himself sound like a normal kid. What message would you like to give to your fellow friends across the world? Raymond asked. I was stupid. I put myself in harm's way and anything could have happened to me. But, I had no other choice. If I had not broken the window, maybe we would have also. I don't suggest that you run into a fire. But, if you find yourself stuck in a fire, then you must stand up and find a way out. That was a very strong message he was sending. That one must stand for themselves when in trouble instead of hoping for someone to help. Raymond was very happy with this reply. Now, the dark and gloomy portion was done. So, tell me, Magnus. How do you feel about meeting the Queen? She will award you herself? Raymond asked. I met her that day too. She dropped her hanky so I helped her. She even patted my head. Magnus proudly said. Whoa, I'm jealous, Magnus. Tell me, what hobbies do you have? Raymond inquired cheerfully. I like bicycling and eating pancakes. My mummy makes the best pancakes. Magnus said. This was the truly unadulterated innocent side of him. Ha ha ha, I bet. Would you invite me to eat pancakes someday? Raymond asked jokingly. Of course, you, the Queen, my best friend Bobby. All are invited. Magnus replied. Thank you, Magnus. Now, why don't you tell us about your school? What do you like in school? Raymond asked. Magnus nodded. Yes, Mrs. Jones used to be grumpy but she is very nice now. Robin is still a bully though, but I stop him every time. Bobby is my best friend, he eats a lot. My PE teacher is very nice. He tells us fun games to play, but he likes our French teacher so he also learns French while letting us play. ****. What about your studies? Raymond changed the topic before Magnus revealed some plot to assassinate the principal of his school. Oh, that is very easy. Yesterday I completed 6th grade syllabus. But 7th grade is hard. I went to a big brother from 7th grade to ask questions but he chased me away after reading it. I reckon he didn't know how to solve it either, Magnus got into deep thinking. Aren't you in 5th grade right now? What was the question about? Raymond asked while holding his laughter. He was seriously interested in this young kid's life now, it seemed too funny. Oh, can you solve it? Magnus asked back excitedly. Of course, I will. Raymond agreed. Magnus revealed the question, it was about algebraic expressions. How do I find the value of xyz plus z1 /2 plus x3y plus x plus y 2. When x equals 3, y equals 7 and z equals 9. The smile from Raymond's face vanished. Happy smiley. There was a short moment of silence. Magnus' dad, who was sitting on the side, face-palmed himself. Tilda, why did he not come to me or Grace? I'm a mechanical engineer, for God's sake. Tilda. Raymond quickly smiled, trying to damage control. Tilda, what the hell? Is he too smart or am I too dumb, Tilda? Sure, Magnus. We will solve this question after this interview is over. Anyway, how do you feel about getting George cross? He diverted the question. Magnus scratched his head, realizing he shouldn't have asked that. Mummy said it is a great honor, so I am honored. Yes, I am very honored. Then, he used a word he recently learned in school. He put special emphasis on it. I am exhilarated. Adam tried hard to hold his laughter from the side, hoping not to ruin the recording. Raymond was taken aback by his vocabulary but gathered himself. He received a sign from the director to end it. Even the director's face looked red because he was trying to hold his laughter behind the camera. Even the cameramen were in the same situation. But still, their small squeaks got recorded and it was only going to add to the whole experience. It was a great pleasure to meet you, Magnus. We loved talking to you and I am sure many in the country would like to hear from you. He said, and then looked at the camera. With this, we will take our leave. Thank you for watch. The camera was yet to be cut and Magnus spoke up, are we going to solve the question now? Then the camera was cut and instantly, loud laughter resounded in the whole studio. Laughingly, the director came to Magnus to shake hands. That was an amazing interview, Magnus. A very good job. Please spare Raymond now. Adam also came forward, saying, yes Magnus, let's go home now. Magnus nodded. Only he was not laughing. Soon, they were given a check of £150, £2,130 today. They then left. Magnus sat quietly and Adam drove. He had a grin on his face. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. Bway ha. Magnus asked, what? I know I shouldn't have asked the question. No you did nothing wrong, Magnus. I'm sure people are going to love your interview. Just never change. And why didn't you come to me or your mom to ask the doubts about maths? And since when did you start studying 7th grade maths? He asked. Well, I wanted to surprise you too, not that it matters now, Magnus said dejectedly. Adam patted his head, don't be sad, son. Never feel bad for being smarter than the other person, but never be overconfident either. Magnus nodded. After a while, they reached their home. Adam quickly told everything to Grace and she also burst into laughter when she saw Magnus' embarrassing face. Well, Magnus was happy because at least it made them happy. Then Grace went to him and caressed his hair lovingly. My Magnus is so smart. He's going to be a doctor. Adam quickly objected, no. He's going to be an engineer, or maybe an actor because he clearly has my handsome genes. Shut up, my son will be a scientist then. He's got a smart brain. Grace argued. Magnus just stood there and smiled wryly. Tilda, I have a feeling that I will become something they don't even know is possible to become. Tilda. You can see the big camera on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** asterisk Darian Steely asterisk. Thank you for your support. Creator's thoughts. Mr. Immortal, Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 tiny bottle of liquid luck potion. Give stones, folks. Brings this book out of graveyard. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 13, 13. A visit. Days went by slowly. Nothing much occurred in Magnus' interesting life. His magic stayed stuck to the level it was when he learned to produce smoke from his palm. It had been 6 months since then. Little Magnus did not know about reaching the magical maturity age, which was 11. He tried hard to produce fire from his palm, but all he got was farts. For now, he was just a strong, smart walking microwave. And he absolutely loved it. His food never got cold now, no matter where he was. Also, he never got tired now, so he was full of energy all the time. He was now learning karate, learning 7th grade syllabus from his dad in the evening. Then he would read some book or try to make a fire and then go to sleep. The school was pretty easy for him, so he didn't find any challenges there. The award ceremony for George Cross was going to take place in 3 days. As going to Buckingham Palace was already decided, he could not ask his parents to take him there before that. Life went on for him. That was until 2 guys came to his home. Both had dark black hair and were of nearly the same height. It was Sunday, so his family was at home. Magnus. Your friends are here. Grace's voice came from downstairs. Friends? Who did Bobby bring along? He questioned himself and went downstairs. When he reached the place, he saw the same boy he met in front of the dark building months ago when he went to ride his bicycle. Hey there, Magnus. The taller, curly-haired boy waved his hand. The shorter one, possibly his brother, seemed confused. Mag, invite them in. I just baked some cookies for you. Take them to your room if you want, I will bring them there. Grace warmly welcomed them. Magnus nodded to the 2 boys, suggesting that they follow him. The 2 brothers silently followed him. Soon, they were in and he closed the door, but he did not lock it. How did you find my place? Magnus asked. The 2 brothers looked at each other's faces as if he had asked something ridiculous. Mate, your face was plastered on the newspaper nearly a few days ago. It's not that hard to find you. The taller one said. Magnus nodded, and there was nothing to worry about anyway. I went to your house some months ago but couldn't find you there. Yeah, muggles can't access it. Even wizards can't access it unless they have permission. The tall boy answered. Magnus was not able to understand all these terminologies. Wait. Muggles. What is that? By the way, I don't even know your names. The tall boy smacked his head for forgetting this. Ha ha, I forgot. I'm Sirius Black and this is my little brother Regulus Archerus Black. We are from the so-called the noble and most ancient House of Black. Anyway, muggles are folks who can't do magic and are usually kept away from the knowledge that magic exists in our world. Magnus' mind exploded with that. Magic as in, my making my hands hot. Or making falling glass hover in the air. Wait, you're a muggle too. Of course, it explains everything now. Do they know about your magic? Sirius asked. No, they have no idea and I'm not telling them anytime soon. Magnus firmly said. He'd rather not make his parents worried because his abilities were too mysterious, and when they won't be able to find any answers they would get worried and tensed. No problem, you'll get your letter from Hogwarts when you turn 11. Oh, you don't know. Hogwarts is a school of witchcraft and wizardry. All children with magic when turning 11 go there, well, most of them. There is a whole secretly hidden magical world out there, Magnus. There are dragons, goblins, magical creatures. Magic is a wonderful thing, though I can't really perform much at the moment. Before turning 11, our magical powers stay in their infancy. Sirius explained. The more Magnus heard, the more excited he got about the future. The magic was real, the magic school was real and so much more. Sirius continued speaking, I'm a fan of yours now, Magnus. The way you saved all the kids and your teacher on that bus. You are 100% Gryffindor material. Gryffindor? What's that? Magnus inquired. It's one of the 4 houses where one can get shorted into. Gryffindors are known for their courage, chivalry, and determination. Slytherins are the nemesis of Gryffindor as they are known for being ambitious, shrewd, cunning and simply bad people. They are bad folks mostly. Then there is Ravenclaw, they are just bookworms, and then the Hufflepuff who are just known for being loyal but they are very secretive. Sirius gave him a crash course of Hogwarts. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. Grace came in with a place full of cookies. She gave it to them and left. Although she had never seen the 2 kids before, she still refrained from asking him about them. Once she was gone, Sirius requested something. Hey, I brought my brother here because he wouldn't believe that you can make flames. Show him, will you? That will shut him down. You dragged me here, Sirius Regulus argued meekly. There was actually a reason for why he was like this. It was all thanks to the abusive family with which he grew up with. One time they had brought an injured bird to their home, hoping to secretly nourish it back to health. But, as it got better, its chirping was heard by Orion, their father. Orion decided to take this opportunity to teach his sons an important lesson about how certain emotions can make a person weak. As blacks, they were not meant to be weak, but superior to all other things. So, Orion broke the bird's wings one at a time to urge a reaction out of the boys. Sirius watched his father destroy the bird, maintaining a cold stare throughout the incident, slowly starting to hate his father and mother to the point he felt disgusted. But Regulus, only being 6 years old at the time, began to cry as the bird whimpered in pain. Orion yelled at Regulus to get his emotions in check before snapping the neck and ultimately killing the bird. Regulus tried to swallow his cries to avoid further punishment. As the bird lay mangled and lifeless on the table, Orion turned to Sirius. Enraged, Orion slapped him across the face with his bloody hand, reprimanding him for bringing the creature into the house and for teaching Regulus attachment. That was the point that made Sirius hate his family and Regulus fear them. Magnus didn't know this. If he did, he would have tried to make the 2 happy. I want to make flames but I can't. Only smoke comes out of my body. He showed them a demonstration and soon, his palm farted out some smoke. No, no, you produced fire from your mouth that day. Sirius pointed. Then maybe it was accidental. Magnus shrugged and ate. By the way, Sirius. What should I do to prepare for Hogwarts? Magnus inquired. We are premature so we can't really perform magic. But we can learn the spells and their correct hand moments before school so we can have an edge. All right, I will bring you some old books, Magnus. Because my family likes to act like kings, they never let us reuse the books. They just get thrown in the basement. 2 of my sisters are about to complete Hogwarts so I can get you their books. Sirius suggested. That would be amazing, Sirius. I have an excellent memory, so I think I can memorize most of the common stuff before school. Magnus was excited. Whoa, what is this? Regulus suddenly exclaimed. Magnus turned to look and saw him fiddling with the radio. That is a radio, you can hear music on it. How does this work? He asked. Magnus went to him and switched it on. It works on radio waves. We can't see them but they are around us. Immediately a song started playing. It was Honky Tonk Women by Rolling Stones. Regulus looked at it in shock as if this was some kind of forbidden magic. This is so magical. Magnus laughed. Ha ha, no, Regulus. This is technology. With each year, it gets better. Humans never stop improving ourselves. Only if wizards were the same, Sirius said with a sigh. Then he picked up a cookie but it was cold now and not as much fun to eat. Wait, let me heat it up. Magnus offered. He used his hand to heat them. Soon, they had cookies like fresh out of the oven again. That is so damn convenient, Sirius exclaimed, seeing his ability. Why? Can't you do it too? Magnus asked. Regulus quickly spoke, of course not. We can't even control our magic yet. He's right. We're as weak as any other 9 years old right now. You can probably break our necks easily if going by the fact that you bent metal on the bus. Sirius said. Magnus didn't ask anymore. He didn't want to end up speaking too much. After a bit more chatting, the 2 got up to leave. Our mum would kill us if she found out we were here. We need to return now. See you later, Magnus. I will bring the books the next time. Sirius and Regulus waved their hands and left. As soon as they left, Magnus turned to his mother. He knew what she wanted to ask. They are my friends from the park. You should have told me earlier. Anyway, get ready to go to the police station today. They said that the police chief and the mayor want to award you. Grace told him. In the past 6 months, he had given some interviews and had saved nearly £1,151, £16,350 today. Mummy, are you sure they are not just using me for their election? Magnus asked smartly. Mag, but that's not important. You should get these awards. When you grow big and go for a job interview, just an award certificate will hold a lot of weight. They will hire you even if you are unqualified because they will expect good work ethics from you. Grace advised him while combing his hair. I'm sure it will be very boring. They will give their long speeches. I don't wanna go. Magnus threw some childish tantrums. Grace looked at him seriously. Are you sure? So I should tell them to give the check prize to someone else. Magnus' eyes shot open and all his defiance vanished. A smile of a true businessman appeared. He ran to the main door and put his shoes on. Mummy, what are you doing? We'll be late. I can't reject them honoring me, or else it will make them sad. He rushed. Grace laughed, ha ha, yes yes, let's go. At the ceremony, Magnus was given a fake gold medal, a certificate calling him a hero and a huge check for £750, £10,653. Only the city could have given away so much money. Magnus thanked everyone as a happy child and returned home with his mother. They were going to cash the check the next day. Now, he had a total of £1901, £27,003. I can finally help Bobby. Magnus thought happily. But then he suddenly realized something that made him sad. Bobby does not have magic. We will be separated soon. I need to teach him to stand up for himself. He decided. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 8 comments. Vote. Chapter 14. The Mission I. The 3rd of July, 1969. It was the day Magnus was going to be awarded the George Cross. Grace had specially bought a nice new formal suit for him for this day. Even his grandparents were coming. Just from his mother's side though, as his father's parents had passed away. It was a moment of happiness and excitement at the Grant family home. The neighbors were also very excited for some reason, and many aunties from around would come to have small talk with Grace. One even proposed that in the future Magnus and her daughter should marry. Grace kindly ignored her words and didn't answer. They were to go to Buckingham Palace. This was something out of the ordinary, as in normal circumstances these award ceremonies were not planned on such a scale and the Queen doesn't give it personally. But maybe because the recipient was 9 years old, everyone accepted this reasoning. Where is my handsome grandson? Martin Lewis, Magnus' maternal grandfather, asked. He was just a wounded retired World War II veteran. His face had a long stitch mark going from the right side of his forehead to the left bottom side of his chin. It had occurred when he was caught in a barbed wire during some covert mission. It honestly made him look badass but also scary to some. Magnus remembers that when he was small he would start crying by even looking at his face. Magnus heard the voice of his grandpa, so he ran downstairs. Most kids loved their grandparents, that was the general rule. Grandpa! When did you come? Magnus was delighted and ran to hug his grandma and grandpa. Here comes our little lion, look at you, so strong. His grandpa said while ruffling his hair. Magnus giggled for a while and then turned to his grandma. As always, she had brought chocolates for him. Come here, my little soldier. He, thank you, Grandma. He took the chocolates happily. Such small things did make him happy. He may be developing faster, but that cannot make him stop acting like a child. Clap clap asterisk. Adam clapped to get everyone's attention. Okay everyone, it's time to go now. Mum and Dad, you two will go in Grace's car with her. I will bring Magnus and Bobby with me. After that, everyone got out. Grace locked the home and they left in 2 cars. Magnus, though, stayed silent because something very important was going on in his young mind and it was keeping him on edge. "What are you thinking, Magnus?" Adam asked. "Nothing, Dad, just feeling strange." "Is me getting this award too abnormal?" he asked. "No, Mag. You are a brilliant, intelligent and good kid. You are not normal, you are the best. I'm sure all the parents of your classmates you saved think the same about you." Adam cheered him up. "If you say so, I will believe you," Magnus muttered. Soon they came to Bobby's home and picked him up. He was wearing a green suit for kids. Magnus also jumped to the back seat to talk to his friend. "Since when did you have this new suit?" he asked Bobby. Bobby proudly lifted his chin. Mom bought it just for today." Tilda "They must have taken money from their strict budget to keep him happy." Magnus thought. But he could understand that a simple boy like Bobby wouldn't understand such a thing. Magnus then whispered something into his ear. "I will get you the money today, take it to your home. Do as we planned, okay?" Bobby's eyes widened. He was obviously happy that with this help he wouldn't have to move away from here. He quickly put his arm on Magnus' shoulder. "Magnus, you are my brother." "Hey, I know, now don't spoil my hairstyle. I need to look handsome on live television," Magnus said. "What about the Queen?" Bobby asked. "Oh, who cares about her?" Magnus shrugged. Adam's brows twitched hearing his such sharp words. "Dad, will they come to get my interview again?" Magnus inquired. Adam smiled wryly, knowing where this was going. "They will, but I recommend you stop thinking so much about money. You are still too small for all that." Magnus protested. "Come on, Dad, it is strictly business." After a while, they came to the palace where the ceremony was to take place. Magnus wasn't the only one getting this award though, because then it would have been too much. Instead, there were 5 more recipients, but all of them were at least 30 years older than Magnus. Some of them were from the military and some were ordinary people. Their car was allowed into a special parking zone. They regrouped with the family and entered. They were given seats in the front row. The big hall was the throne room. The Queen would sit at the front, at the center along with her husband. The crowd was slowly increasing. There were mostly the family members of other award recipients and some more high-level nobles. All of them looked as Magnus expected them to be. Overly spoiled rich people who probably held common people with disregard for being common. Most of these people were still able to afford this luxury lifestyle because of the money and land taken from the commons, and they still get to spend the tax money every once in a while. Magnus didn't understand the bigger complexities, but all he knew was that these people were up to no good. After waiting for a while, an announcement was made and the Queen and Prince entered with prideful faces. Soon, another man who was supposed to be the announcer started to tell the stories of the bravery of each recipient one by one as they were called to get the award. It was a medal that the Queen would put around the recipient's neck. For that, men would have to kneel and there was a small cushion left there to place the knee on it. She would come, give the award, get her pictures done and send the man back. This went on until 5 awards were sent out. Then finally it was Magnus's turn. He looked too out of place with his little size. Next is the last awardee of today. A child who showed adults what it means to be a true British hero. A child who set up a milestone of bravery that not many would be able to break easily. His deed was so great that along with the recognition from the government and the monarch, He has also been awarded with his name being written in the Guinness Book of Records. Now, let's give Magnus Grant a big round of applause. As soon as the voice stopped, people clapped. Magnus went to the Queen and kneeled on the cushion. But he was too small, so the Queen had to bend a little to put it on his neck. She lightly placed it around his neck. Then when he got up, the Queen patted his head and got many pictures taken. These pictures were a lot more than any other award winner. Magnus quickly had an idea in his mind, so I was indeed a tool for her. Soon, he returned to his seat as an announcement was to take place. We have clearance from our side that from now on all George Cross recipients will be granted an allowance of £1,000 each year as living expenses. These numbers will also change with inflation. The announcement came. It was very relieving for them. Especially Magnus, who was now on cloud 9 because he now has enough money to help Bobby easily. After this was dinner night. Everyone was busy talking with each other. So Magnus took Bobby to the side and asked. "Bobby, you know the plan, right?" he asked. "Yes, I remember it. Just as we planned," Bobby answered confidently. "Good, we are going to get that talking portrait out of here back to my home. There we will be able to talk to this portrait forever and learn about magic. You will stay at the door of the exhibition and be my distraction. I will go in and get the painting. It is invisible for people, so we don't have to worry about getting caught. But it is too big, and lifting something that big means my hand will be in air, which will make me look too out of the ordinary. We need to come up with a plan quickly," Magnus explained. Why don't you tie it to your back or something?" Bobby asked. "Because only the painting will be invisible, not the ropes that will touch it. Maybe I can just hold it under my arm. All I need to do is make sure I don't drop and don't raise my hand." "Okay, I am going in now," Magnus decided. "Do you know the way?" Bobby asked. Magnus smirked. "My memory has become good, Bobby. This is the way, I'm sure of it." He took a long breath and started moving sneakily. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 cookie, reheated by Magnus. Effect, fire resistance 100%. Give them stones to me. It's gloomy Monday. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 15. Mission successful. Magnus tried to blend in with the crowd. It was not hard when he was the shortest person there. He slowly slid away and entered another room. He had remembered the way to the exhibition. He did this by remembering the path when he was there on the trip, and now he compared it with where he's been to today. Now, he had a partial map of the palace in his head. He had also thought of a plan if he was to get caught. He slowly traversed to the east side of the palace from the west side. It was a long way and he needed to be smart. Thankfully, most of the serving staff was in the hall. All he needed to do was be careful of the guards. Home, this area is heavily guarded. It connects the east and west side. Home. He waited there to find a way. He knew he was not in some spy story, just throwing something and hoping it would distract the guards was foolish. They'd rather try to find out where the thing fell from. So, he looked around for other options. Then, finally, he gave up and decided to go from some other place. It was still 1969 and CCTVs were yet to be installed here, which was why Magnus neither knew about them nor had to worry about them. Seeing no other way, Magnus jumped out from the side window to the small garden. There, he was at the risk of being spotted by someone he didn't even know was there. He moved while crouching and luckily no one spotted him as he was shorter than the bushes there. He crossed the location where many guards were and entered the west side. Because this was the area most of the tourists were allowed to visit, the security was not high as it was closed today. Note, this novel is set up in a fictional world. In the real world, Buckingham Palace opened for the public in 1993. Magnus Crouch walked all the way to the gallery where all the historic portraits were. It was dark but he could see enough to find his way. He went all the way to the empty wall where the invisible portrait was. Magnus had no idea who the person in the portrait was and at the moment, the person seemed to be sleeping. "Hey, wake up!" he whispered loudly. Go away, Merlin. Don't bother this king," the portrait muttered. Magnus didn't wait any longer and went to take it down. It was surely heavy but he managed. Then, he held it in front of himself, so that both his hands would be holding the portrait from the same area where his arm length ended. This way, he would simply look as if he was standing or walking in the attention stance. The annoying thing for him was that the portrait was covering his whole body, all except his eyes. He felt awkward but he had a firm will. He looked back one last time. He felt like he was doing bad by stealing and it was the truth. But this talking portrait was unknown to all anyway. I will pay back for this, sorry for stealing. He told himself. He turned around to go back. Renly, I think I heard something. A voice came that made Magnus's heart beat faster and his body temperature rise up. You're hearing stuff. Another voice came. Come on, let's check it. Better be safe than sorry, the earlier voice said, and soon the footsteps started coming. There must be some kid playing hide and seek. It always happens during these big events. The other guard spoke. Magnus looked left and right. The two guards were coming from his return route. He also had not enough time to find another way. So, he did what he had planned. He quickly ran to a large portrait on the wall and started staring at it with keen interest. He kept the charade going until he was found by one of the guards. The guard actually nearly had a heart attack. He was not expecting to see anything, but when he saw a small kid, standing in little to no light, he thought it was a ghost. But then he noticed that he had seen the child. Hey, Renly, isn't it the kid who won the award today? How did he get here? He called his partner. The two walked to Magnus and shook his shoulder lightly. Boy, how did you get here? Magnus looked at them with the most innocent face he could and spoke in the warmest voice possible. Uncle, Mummy said that George Cross Award was named after King George VI. I wanted to see what King George looked like. So it was curiosity. But you shouldn't be here, you could have asked the event organizer. I'm sure they wouldn't have denied you. Anyway, follow us, we will get you back to the hall. They offered him help. Magnus smiled and nodded. He kept his hold on the portrait and followed the two guards. This time, entering the east side was very easy and he was easily led into. Poor Bobby was probably waiting for Magnus' instruction just outside the hall, not knowing he had to take another route. Soon, he entered the hall again. But he had already given Bobby a gesture to stay silent. So, when they were both inside and alone, he just showed a thumbs up to Bobby. The extra chubby boy was very happy, even though he could not see it. But Magnus made him touch it. Check for yourself. Bobby went ahead. As he was told, instead of his hand touching Magnus' chest, he touched something solid. "Oh my God," he whispered. "See, I told you. But I don't know why you can't see it yet. Though we will experiment with it later. Now we just need to get home," Magnus said nervously. "Don't worry about that. Getting it was the tough part, now it should be easy from here." Bobby was equally excited. Yawn. Suddenly a voice from the portrait. Magnus looked down at it and found the man in the portrait was getting up. The man looked left and right and noticed Magnus' face close to his face because of the way he had to hold it. **son, I respect your personal preferences but I don't like kissing men." Magnus looked down. Shush. "Oh, well, I guess I will have to silently go through with all this. I'm a painting, after all, can't really say no to it if you want to do it. Stay silent, I am taking you with me. Do you want to be left here again? Invisible and alone?" Magnus threatened. "Oh no, no. I'll be quiet as a dead pig, sir." After that, Magnus took a seat at the table his parents sat at. He kept the portrait close to him, just beside his seat. He was always on edge because he really felt weird as he was able to see the giant painting beside him while everyone else was oblivious to it. He stayed there till lunch. After 2 hours, it was finally time to go home as the event had ended and the Queen had left after eating. "Let's go home, Magnus. You must be tired after all this." "I must say, it was kind of boring." Adam spoke. His grandpa also nodded. "Indeed, even I never liked all these official events. They are always too stiff and not many interesting things happen." "Yes, I got bored." Magnus nodded. He was rather excited to go home and talk to the portrait. Soon, Magnus' grandma and mother came and dragged their husbands. "Stop gossiping like women, you two. Show some manners. Let's go." Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkaren. _______________________ You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 6 comments. Vote. Chapter 16, 16. Friendship first, money second. Magnus awkwardly walked with his family to the parking lot. He again sat in his dad's car in the back. Bobby sat beside him. "Dad, can we go to the bank first and get the check?" Magnus asked. Adam understood his meaning and nodded. It was not too far from where they lived anyway. Bobby had also done his research and had gotten the information from his father. Now, they knew that the mortgage left on their house was £2,000, £28,412. With this paid, all their mortgage will be solved and Bobby will never have to leave his home. Bobby himself was feeling weird taking money from his friend, but it was a bit relaxing knowing that it was not the money of Magnus' parents but instead his own money, money that he was going to repay himself when he grows up. They reached the bank and cashed the check given to Magnus today at the ceremony. He was too young to have his own bank account, so the money went directly into his dad's account. Then, Adam signed a check in the name of Bobby's father. He then gave it to Magnus. Magnus happily handed it to Bobby. "Here, tell your parents that I won the money with the award. Just tell them that you will pay back when you grow up or something," Magnus advised. Though he was not planning on asking for this money ever again. Bobby nodded continuously while holding the check. It was an amount he couldn't even imagine of ever holding. He looked at Magnus' smiling face and gave a brotherly hug. "Thank you, Mag. Now I won't have to go." Then he looked at Adam. "Thank you, Uncle." Adam just patted his shoulder. "No need to thank me. It was Magnus doing. Now let's get you to your home." Soon after, they dropped Bobby off at his home and Magnus jumped back into the front passenger seat. "You did a good thing, Magnus." Adam praised him. "I know. I like money but not at the cost of losing my friend. I don't have anything to buy anyway." Magnus shrugged. "You still have £900 to your name. You can buy whatever you want." Adam reminded him. "Save it then, I already got all I need. Mummy cooks tasty food for me and you bring me to places," Magnus replied, making Adam feel awkward. "Tilda, what do you mean?" "We are your servants, Tilda," Adam thought to himself. After 20 minutes, they reached home. Magnus sneakily picked up the portrait. His mom's car had already arrived and his grandparents were also in the house. So, he had to first quickly go to his room and hide the portrait. So, as soon as he got out of the car, he intentionally fell down and dirtied his knees. Adam saw it but didn't say anything. When they entered, he went upstairs. "I will change my pants." Finally, in his room, he put the portrait behind the headrest of the bed, because nobody looks or touches there. Home, a big change from that big depressing hole to this cozy home. "Thank you, boy," the portrait said. "Okay, tell me who you are first or I will throw you out," Magnus suddenly threatened. That was quite a greeting, kid. "Well, I am the one and only, the greatest, the best, the strongest. King Arthur Pendragon." "Yeah, that's me." Arthur introduced himself proudly. Magnus scratched his head. "Who is that?" Arthur's shoulder fell. "I am the first king of unified Britain. My legends must have been written in all kinds of books by now. Don't tell me you haven't heard of me." "I have not heard of you. I think I read a fairy tale about you once," Magnus replied. Arthur raged. "How could they? Those damn bast. I was a real person, Magnus." Arthur tried to convince him. "Okay, I want you to teach me magic. My friend just told me that I have magic and I will go to a special school when I turn 11. Magnus explained. "Of course you'd be magical, after all, you have." Wait. I can't tell you that. I bet he's waiting to see your reaction. Anyway, I am not a wizard, kid. I am a magbob or muggle as they call it now. It was my friend who was a wizard that made this portrait," Arthur explained. Where is his portrait? Magnus asked. At Hogwarts most probably. That damn BA, he left me invisible probably so he gets to meet you before me. Ha ha, how the fate works. Arthur started laughing while talking to himself. Magnus shook his head in disappointment, feeling that he took the risk for nothing. I'll talk to you later. You are of no use to me anyway. Magnus muttered and left. Wait. I can still teach you swords. Arthur shouted. No thanks, I'd rather learn to use guns, Magnus countered. Ah, those things are not gonna be of much use in the magical world. Come on, let me teach you. Arthur pleaded. Tilda he, I will teach him before that bastard Merlin gets a chance. Tilda he gloated. But Magnus ignored him and went downstairs to play with his family. Bobby's home. His home was a modest house with 3 bedrooms and a small garden in the back and a parking space in the front. It was not as big as Magnus but not small either. Bobby's parents had bought this a few years ago, but it was still not cheap back then as it was in London. They had paid 60% of the mortgage already. But due to some losses in Bobby's father's own printing press, they were short on funds. His mom was a kindergarten teacher and earned little money. But it was not all enough to pay the mortgage and also have decent food on the table. Hence, they had decided to move on. Getting a loan to pay the mortgage was not possible and no family friend would lend that kind of money. £2,000 was a lot of money at that time. But then, help came from someone they never expected. Mummy, Daddy, I have something to show you. Bobby meekly came to his parents, sitting in the living room. What is it, honey? How was Magnus' award ceremony? His mother asked. Because she dealt with little kids on a daily basis, her nature was very kind and calm. She would rarely get angry, even less on Bobby because he was a good kid that studied well. He just ate a lot and that was his only downside. It was good. Mummy, are we going to move away from here? He asked. His mother looked at her husband. They were not being very discreet about it anyway, so it was normal for him to find out. Sweetie, we will return in the future. Right now, your dad is having some trouble at work, so. She was in the middle of speaking when Bobby took out the check and handed it to her. Look Mummy, Mag gave it to me. He made all this money by himself by talking to the newspaper and today's award. He said we should use it and stay here. I promised I will give it back to him when I grow up. I don't wanna go away from here, Mummy. He innocently pleaded. It was enough to make his mother's heart ache. She understood that Bobby was worried about leaving his friend behind. She put the half-kitten sweater aside that she was knitting and hugged him. Don't worry about such things, Bobby, she said with him in her arms. Bobby's father came and looked at the check. He was a reasonable man, just a bit tired from all the work. This check was like a light at the end of a dark tunnel for him. But he could not just take it. He knelt and patted Bobby's head. I believe you, Bobby. But, this is a lot of money. So let me and your mom talk to Mag's parents once. If they have agreed to this, then we will use this money. Let's visit the Grant family house this evening. Bobby nodded. He knew that no matter what he said, his parents would still want to confirm it. But, he was happy now. He was afraid his parents would get very angry, but that was not the case. He was fairly sure that he would not have to go away now. Tilda, I wonder if Mag will find a way for me to look at the portrait. Tilda, he wondered. /N, Bobby, as you might have already guessed, will be a recurring character. Although he is a muggle, he will be like a brother to Magnus. He will have big roles in the future too. In total, I have planned 2 major OC side characters. One was Brandon, Bobby, and the next will appear in Hogwarts. There will be many more ordinary OC characters though, because this novel is a prequel to HP and not many characters are known from that era. But when Hogwarts part starts, most original characters will be the focus. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 plate full of pancakes. Effect, makes you fluffy for 7 days. Tip, girls like fluffy boys. Keep this fic flying high folks, because this is the way. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 17. Into the magical world. That same evening, after making a call in advance, Bobby's parents arrived at Magnus' home. Magnus' grandparents were also there and it looked very lively with so many people. Bobby, come with me. Let's go to my room. Magnus called his friend who shyly sat between his parents. Bobby looked at his mom and she nodded. So, he happily went upstairs with him. So, are your parents okay with the money or not? Don't tell me they came to give it back. Magnus asked. Bobby explained, they have agreed but they want to ask your mum and dad if they approve of this. Then I guess there won't be a problem. Come, I will show you the portrait. Wait. I will let you feel it. I still don't know how to make you see it. Magnus said. Bobby was obviously excited about this. So, when Magnus took out the painting from behind his bed, Bobby started touching it all over. I hope I won't be called a pedophile for this. Remember, it was not me who started it. Arthur's voice came. He had learned all kinds of new vocabulary due to being hung in a place with too many public interactions. What's a pedophile? Magnus asked. Although you are too young, you should know such things. Little Magnus, pedophiles are those degenerate adults who are attracted towards children, in an adult way. He explained. Magnus' eyes widened. He understood what he meant by in an adult way. He had seen some magazines he was not too proud of and knew some stuff he could not talk about with his parents. What are you talking about, Mag? Bobby asked with a tilted head. Magnus looked at where Bobby's hand rested on the portrait. Bobby, move your hand away. That's where the man in portrait's PP is. You pervert. Bobby pulled his arm back quickly. Hey, it wasn't me. Arthur voiced. Why can't he see you, Arthur? Magnus asked. How would I know? Maybe because he is not magical or something like that. Arthur guessed. He was also a muggle, so his magical knowledge was limited to what he saw Merlin performing. Were you able to see moving portraits when you were alive? Magnus inquired. Now that you mentioned it, Yes, I did see a few of them. Well, there were only a few ever made back then. Arthur went deep into thinking and started mumbling. Magnus turned to Bobby. Maybe I should wait for Sirius to come. I will show the portrait to him. He is also magical, and if even he cannot see you, then maybe something special was done to the portrait. Who's Sirius? Arthur and Bobby asked at the same time. Oh, he is the kid I told you about, Bobby. He is from some most ancient and something House of Black. His whole family is magical, but he said his parents are racist towards non-magical people or first-generation magical people. Magnus explained. Arthur scoffed. Ha, most ancient my butt. I've never heard their name, and I knew every magical human and noble lord in England at that time. That sounds bad, Mag. There are such bad people in this magical world too. Are you sure you want to join it? Bobby asked in worry. I want to. I am gifted to have been born with these powers. Maybe someday I can beat all the racists out of their racism. Magnus said with his fist held together. Ha ha, that's like my inherit. I mean, good spirit, Magnus. You got a good spirit. Arthur praised him. But then all of a sudden, Magnus remembered something. He was going to be leaving for the new school when he turns 11. Bobby, I have something important to tell you. Magnus turned serious. What is it? Bobby asked. Sirius told me that there is a magical school in Scotland, where all young witches and wizards are taught. I will get my acceptance letter when I turn 11 and will go there. He revealed. Bobby just stood there, silently. Will you stay there forever? Of course not. I will get the holidays. Bobby, you are like my brother. I might be going there, but it will be temporary. Once I have studied everything, I will show you cool magical things. We could even start our own business to make something with magic. Magnus said with a heavy heart. I understand, Mag. If I had magic, I would want to study it too. Don't worry about me, you become the best magician in the world. Bobby replied. But he felt sad. Magnus went ahead and patted his shoulder. My brother, why are you getting sad? With magic, we might be able to live forever. We have our entire life to have fun, but before that, we need to grow, get stronger and richer. Bobby nodded. Tilda, yes, we will have our whole life to have fun. Tilda. That is why, from tomorrow, we both will go out in the early morning to exercise. Magnus blurted. Yes, we show. Wait, what? No, Mag, I don't even wake up before breakfast. Bobby shuddered even thinking about exercising. That is why I will come to your home every day and do this. Magnus put his hand on Bobby's arm. Bobby looked at him weirdly. Is something supposed to ha? It's hot. This is how I will wake you up every day, soldier. Before I leave, I will turn you into a good chap. He muttered. At that moment, Arthur silently watched the two brothers in all but name, laugh and joke. He smiled. Tilda, Magnus is really a mixture of me and Merlin. Ah, I miss those old days. I wonder what that old bastard is doing in that S*X dungeon they call a school. Tilda. Hogwarts. Merlin, why did you have to be so cruel to Arthur? That jolly bloke must be mentally challenged by loneliness in all these years. A portrait spoke to the portrait to its side. It was a portrait of Sir Cadogan, a wizard and sworn knight of the Round Table. An old and heavy voice scoffed. Ha, his mind isn't that easy to break, Cadogan. I'm sure he's cursing at me and everything around him at the moment. Asterisk cuckoo asterisk. See, he's probably cursing me right now. Asterisk sigh asterisk. It's a miracle that you two were even able to work together without killing one another. Sir Cadogan sighed. Ha ha, that is the charm of our brotherhood. In those gloomy days, we probably pulled each other's legs to feel better. But, I am now feeling better than anything ever. Merlin proclaimed. Why? Sir Cadogan asked. Ha! You will know. Finally, after so many years, he will be coming. Merlin stayed cryptic. Back at Magnus' house, everything went smoothly. Adam and Grace told Bobby's parents what needed to be known. With ease, Bobby's parents paid the whole mortgage. Now, their whole monthly income would only go for their own livelihood, and this increased their standard of living by a lot. On the other hand, Bobby cried every day in the morning because Magnus would come to wake him up and drag him out for running. The chubby redhead boy was starting to lose some fat. Magnus tried to instill some confidence in him. He had unknowingly developed an inferiority complex because of the money problem in his family. Magnus also taught him many subjects as he wanted his best friend to exceed in life. Also, as Magnus had expected, after he won the award, many more people came to interview him, both on television and the newspaper. Many magazines also wanted to put him on the cover. He was not going to reject the free money they were giving. This way, Magnus grew a small fortune, which he had decided to use for his magical school later. £900 he had left from earlier he gave to his father, telling him to invest it in something or somewhere because he didn't need it. It was just 1.5 years left before he'd be able to go to the magical school. In all this time, his magic was as it was before. But, he was eagerly waiting for Sirius to come and give him some books so he could pass his time. Asterisk ding dong asterisk. Good morning, Auntie. Is Magnus here? Oh, Sirius. Good morning. What happened to you? Grace asked. As soon as Magnus heard this voice from downstairs, he ran to the stairway and shouted, "Come up here." Soon after, Sirius came after dodging Grace's questions. This time he was alone. But to Magnus' shock, Sirius had bandages on his fingers. What happened, Sirius? He inquired. Sirius just sat down on the bed with a sigh. My mother happened, what else could it be? That old hag made me memorize and write charms on a paper. 10 times. Each time I stopped, she beat my fingers with a stick. Magnus was horrified. How could a parent do this to their child? Did you call the police? Ha ha, there is no police in the magical world, Magnus. We do have investigators and law enforcers, but they are all worthless puppets to families like mine. Sirius replied with disdain. Well, I hope you brought me some books introducing me to the magical world's laws so I can know exactly how bad this world is, Magnus said. Of course, Tadara. Sirius took out a small pouch from his pocket. Magnus looked at his face funnily. What? Am I supposed to be surprised? Asterisk cough asterisk. Damn my dung brain. I always forget you are first generation. This, my friend, is a pouch with extension charm. It belongs to my mother, but I'm gonna burn it later because why not? Come here, I have brought all the books we had till the 4th year and some more Wizarding World related books. Now, I recommend you don't even open anything beyond 1st year before the start of Hogwarts, or else you'll only get disappointed. It's not simple 1 plus 2. Sirius warned him. I'll be the judge of that. But thank you, Sirius. These books will help me kill some boredom. Magnus showed gratitude. It's fine, a wizard should help another wizard. I'm not like my parents. I swear I'm gonna sell everything belonging to my family once I inherit it. Once again, Sirius started to curse his family. Magnus then went to the portrait of Arthur and called Sirius, "Hey, can you see something here?" Sirius looked at him with a raised eyebrow. He walked closer because he saw Magnus standing as if he was holding something. I don't," he replied. But, he then waved his hand and immediately his hand bumped onto something. "Merlin's beard!" Sirius exclaimed. "What happened to his beard? Did he go bald?" "Bway ha 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 ha." Arthur became active as soon as he heard Merlin's name. "This is a magical portrait, only I am able to see it and the person inside it. He says he is King Arthur Pendragon," Magnus revealed. Never heard of him. "But this is amazing, Mag. Where did you find it?" Sirius asked, totally disregarding the king. Magnus ignored Arthur's cursing for not being recognized by his name. "I found it at the Queen's house. At the award ceremony, I took it," Magnus revealed. Sirius blinked a few times. Then suddenly he started howling in laughter. "Ah ha ha ha, you took it from under that old hag's nose. Ah, that's crazy, Magnus. I think our friendship will be legendary. I can already see ourselves wreaking havoc in the school. But you need to get into Gryffindor. I'm sure I will go there." Magnus shook his head at the destructive tendencies of this magical friend of his. "Sure, we'll see what happens there. But first, we need to find out why even you can't see this." After that, both friends talked about magical stuff, about the portrait. After a few hours, Sirius also went home. Magnus though opened the first book, officially leading him to the introduction to the magical world. "Wait, this is just Bible," Magnus complained. So he closed the book and read its name and it really was called Bible. He put it aside and picked another book after reading its name. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. This should be a good start," he muttered to himself and started reading. Of course, after locking his door. /n, which house will he be sorted into? Any guesses? You can see Sir Cadogan, Merlin and the book on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 18. Growing Up. Magnus continued reading the book. He was reading it a bit louder as Arthur was interested in it too and wanted to hear it. Non-magic people, more commonly known as Muggles, were particularly afraid of magic in medieval times, but not very good at recognizing it. On the rare occasion that they did catch a real witch or wizard, burning had no effect whatsoever. The witch or wizard would perform a basic flame-freezing charm and then pretend to shriek with pain while enjoying a gentle, tickling sensation. Indeed, Wendelin the Weird enjoyed being burned so much that she allowed herself to be caught no less than 47 times in various disguises. "These magical people are nuts," Arthur exclaimed, hearing that. "They are weird. Who likes getting burned?" Magnus wondered loudly. "Ha ha, kid, you need to understand that there are people who like lots of weird things. Anyway, stop reading these books. Come, I shall teach you how to wield a sword," Arthur excitedly offered. "And where would I get the swords? We are not living in the old times anymore." Magnus stated the obvious question. "Tilda, what the? Did he not get the 2 swords I left in that box?" "Wait, where is that box, Tilda?" Arthur wondered. "I understand, but we can work with a fake sword too. Maybe one made of wood," Arthur suggested. Well, I don't have anything else to do, so I think I will buy it. Hopefully, Mum and Dad won't mind it either," Magnus muttered. "That's my boy. If I was alive, I could have made you the greatest swordsman in the world," Arthur boasted. "I'm sure that if I practice well I can be, because there aren't many swordsmen left now. Technology has made killing much easier." "Do you know about the atomic bomb?" Magnus inquired. "No, what is that?" Arthur asked with interest. "It was a small ball-like object, made with the help of science. They used it in the World War on an eastern country of Japan. Do you know how many people one single bomb killed?" Magnus asked, looking forward to Arthur's reaction. "How many?" Arthur asked. 140,000 people in one city and 70,000 in another. All died in a matter of a few seconds," Magnus revealed. "Phew, that's terrifying. I could have ruled the world if I had those." "Were all those died the enemies?" Arthur inquired. "No, most of them were women and children. I read it in a book and many say it was a bad thing and many say it was good because it ended the war," Magnus replied with a confused face. ****. I never killed civilians. The only one who wielded the sword was my enemy, the women and children were just bystanders. If such kind of a bomb exists and was used on people, then I must say, humanity has fallen really low. Maybe it was not a curse but a blessing to have lived in a time when things were simple," Arthur commented while feeling a bit depressed. Magnus had already stopped listening to him. He continued reading his book. 1 month later. Magnus' life was mostly normal now. Except for his increased physical and mental abilities, not much had changed. He spent most of his free time reading books for Hogwarts. He was not interested in the school anymore as he had already learned everything till the 7th grade. Meanwhile, he was interested in learning about the magical world. But, he was also feeling a bit uncomfortable after reading about Grindelwald, and from there he understood how some people in the magical world saw half-blood or muggle-borns. Magnus had also bought a wooden sword. It was big for someone of his size, but Arthur had told him to buy a big one so he can adjust for the real thing. He also continued exercising with Bobby. He was not so chubby anymore and some girls had started calling him Brandon instead of Bobby now. This at least boosted him to exercise with Magnus. Magnus though was trying to push himself. He would run extra, exercise extra. He would also learn swordsmanship from Arthur and practice it in the small backyard of his house. The good thing was that nobody could see or hear Arthur. So, Magnus would put the portrait on the window from where Arthur could see him in the backyard. From there, he would instruct Magnus. Good, good, you have the talent, of course, my blow. I mean, you can really become the best with practice. But what I was teaching you was the basics. The way I used to fight was not just simple swordsmanship, it was something I had created. You don't just use a sword, but also your fist, legs and head to hurt the opponent. You need to be very agile for that. I would also tackle people in a sword fight. Some said I was fighting dirty, but I was just better than them. Magnus, you also need to learn how to use your body. You must have control over each part. Arthur guided him from the window. Magnus understood what Arthur was saying. He needed to be a mixed martial artist who could also wield a sword. Magnus. Sweetie, I got a call from your school. They want me to come to school tomorrow. They said they want to talk about your future. Grace came to the backyard. But just as she arrived, she saw him performing a backflip. He had been practicing it for a long time now and he had gotten very good at it. Grace stopped in her way and loudly spoke, "What were you doing? What if you fell and hurt yourself?" Hearing them, Adam also came. "Come on, dear." He bent steel rods on the bus. A backflip can't hurt him. But she wanted to argue but saw Adam walking forward. "I'll show you how harmless it is, my beautiful wife," Adam confidently claimed. He pulled his pants up so as to not tear them. Then, with a good jump, he attempted a backflip. Asterisk bam asterisk. "Ah, my back." He fell on his back and cried. Grace facepalmed herself. "How many times do I have to remind you? You are an engineer now. Your body is rusting, maybe you should go with Magnus for running every morning." "Magnus, I will be coming to your school with you tomorrow." Adam quickly straightened himself. "Come on, Grace. It was just a miscalculation on my part. I don't have to go running every morning." Grace ignored him and went back in. Adam looked at Magnus with a sigh. "I guess I can count on you to wake me up every day." Magnus chuckled. He, you got it, Dad." Then, Adam walked back into the house with one of his hand on his back and calling Grace at the same time. Magnus shook his head and continued practicing. Ha ha ha. He punched the air to practice. HAA. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. "What the?" Arthur exclaimed from upstairs. He creased his eyes and focused on his punches. HAA. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. "Magnus. Stop!" he shouted. Magnus looked up and questioned with his eyes. Ha ha ha, kid, you are growing so fast. Whenever you punch, your fist is creating a real spark. No more smoke, but there is real evidence of fire," Arthur revealed. "I am." Magnus, in shock, looked at his fist. He stopped practicing and ran back to his room. There he performed a punch in front of a mirror. "Whoa, I really am making sparks. But why? I just checked yesterday and I was still just making smoke," he wondered. "Didn't that kid say that you reach magical maturing at 11? Maybe as you grow up, your powers will surface," Arthur deduced. That is indeed possible. I can't wait to grow up," he excitedly exclaimed. "And your parents will also grow older as you grow up," Arthur commented. Magnus turned sad instantly. "Thanks for spoiling my mood. You enjoy yourself under the bed now, I'm going to them." "Ha! Wait. Not face down." The next day, Grace went with Magnus to his school. She had no idea what the teachers wanted to talk about. He was just 9 years old. She was led to the principal's office. The head teacher of Magnus' class was also there. "Thank you for sparing time, Mrs. Grant. We know how busy you are. We will not waste your time too much. We have noticed that Magnus is different from other kids." The principal started speaking. He was a man in his late 50s. "Yes, that he is." Grace nodded and looked at Magnus, who was also looking at her. The principal continued, "Mrs. Grant, we noticed that Magnus is able to easily solve problems from 7th grade. So, we have decided, if it is okay with you, to promote him directly to 8th grade in the next school year." "Oh, that. Well, that's fine as long as Magnus agrees," Grace nonchalantly replied. She already knew this day would come someday but didn't know it would come this early. Hearing this, the principal was happy. In reality, he had other motives than just helping Magnus jump grades. He was going to tell the local newspaper to report about Magnus jumping 2 grades. He wanted to increase the visibility of the school to attract more kids. Also, because Magnus was famous, it was believed that many would be interested. He was already on cloud 9, so, "Magnus, are you ready to go to the 8th standard?" But Magnus didn't reply. This made the principal's heart sink a little. He was having an ominous feeling. "I refuse," Magnus firmly denied. "Ha ha, good, good, you will like the 8th, wait what? Why?" the principal exclaimed, panic and sorrow immediately taking over his face. Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Ricamera Darian Steely Thank you for your support. Creators' thoughts. Mr. Immortal. 1 stone equals 1 invisible burger. Effect, grants invisibility for 7 days. Can be turned on or off. Stone me senpai. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 18 comments. Vote. Chapter 19. Boys are growing. Because of Magnus' amazing negotiation skills, which involved simply not replying, he got a deal that if Bobby could also pass the exams he could skip grades too. The principal didn't want to allow this and even pleaded with Magnus' mother, but Grace simply shrugged her responsibility as she didn't want to become a villain in Magnus' life. She knew why Magnus was doing this. Hence, the principal had no other option than to allow it. But he had secretly made a plan to make the test so hard that only Magnus would be able to pass, and he would keep a strict eye to make sure no cheating happens. So, after that, Magnus went and talked to Bobby. "What? Me? Skip grades? Mag, you've gone bonkers. I'm good at studies but not as amazing as you. How am I going to do it? Everyone will laugh at me if I fail," Bobby depressingly said. Magnus patted his now not so chubby friend. "Ha ha, I will teach you, Bobby. Either both of us will jump grades or none of us will. Besides, it's December and we have enough time. The next term will only start in September next year. Mate, you are really a walking heap of troubles. Look how thin I've gotten because of all the tension. Bobby slapped his tummy, showing it was very thin now. Magnus chuckled and replied, "No Bobby, that's just called being healthy. Don't put it on me that your mom stops you from eating fatty food every day. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Do you even have time to do all this? Aren't you already busy with all the things happening in your life?" Bobby asked. "That is why I will be sleeping over at your home twice a week and you will be doing the same. We have to utilize the night time too if we want to become great someday. Imagine, someday people will talk about you on the streets, they might call you Bobby, the great mind or something." Magnus fed him words. He, it does feel like butterflies in my stomach, but I don't want them to call me Bobby if that happens. Brandon name sounds more glorious. Bobby argued. "Bobby, Magnus, we're starting the class, take your seats." The teacher entered. Hearing even the teachers calling him Bobby, Magnus laughed. "No brother, that name is stuck with you for life now." Bobby grunted and took his seat. As Magnus had promised, he focused on drowning Bobby's brain into knowledge. In the meantime, Magnus also focused on studying higher studies. He felt that it would be good if he could complete his high school before leaving for Hogwarts. The reason being he didn't find any books in Hogwarts curriculum related to maths or science. "Mag, how do you solve this?" "Man, I hate trigonometry." "What is this sin, cos, tan stuff? So much stuff to memorize." Bobby complained while rubbing his head in frustration. "It's easy, Bobby. You just need to memorize the sin part. See, the cos is the reverse of sin and tan is sin divided by cos." Magnus taught him. Magnus meanwhile was studying physics and chemistry. He felt very much fascinated by chemistry because physics felt more like math to him and he was good at it. But chemistry was totally new. The world was made up of such fine different things that if one were to study all, it would take many lifetimes. Like this, slowly they spent their weeks. Magnus was constantly trying to get better at his fire ability, but it was slow and he had expected that. He still took sword lessons from Arthur. The man was overzealous in making him the best swordsman in the world for some reason. Soon, it was time for Christmas. Because of Magnu and Bobby's friendship, their families also became friends and visiting each other became common. Magnus' mother also enjoyed talking to someone who was not a nurse or doctor. Adam too liked talking to a non-military person. Grace had even recommended Bobby's mother for a teaching post at a government and military co-owned elementary school for kids of military personnel. She got the job and the pay was better than before. After that, their families became very good friends. It was a good thing for Magnus and Bobby as they got to stay at each other's home more. So, for Christmas dinner, Bobby's family was coming to their home. Magnus was at Bobby's place, so he was coming with them. "You seemed particularly interested in biology today. What chapter were you studying?" Magnus inquired Bobby. Both of them were seated in the back seat. Bobby coughed out a reply, "Human reproduction." Hearing that, Magnus couldn't hold his laughter. "Ha ha ha, my friend, you have officially grown up now. So, did you understand everything?" Magnus inquired, holding himself from laughing at the uncomfortable face of Bobby. It was simple, yet gross but also interesting for some reason. "Ah, how dumb I was to believe that babies come from peach trees," Bobby answered. Magnus scratched his head. "What? How did you reach that conclusion?" "It was Mom and Dad. When I asked how babies come, they told me that when couples want a baby, they go to a peach tree and kiss one of the peaches. Then in 9 months, the peach grows big and a baby comes out of it. Bobby explained. Ha ha ha, well, peaches do look buttocks. What my dad told me was simpler than this. He said storks gift babies to people. You have no idea how many days I spent to spot a stork carrying a baby in the backyard. Magnus revealed his story. Why do they hide it from us? And also make up such nonsensical reasons? Bobby wondered. Maybe because they think we are too stupid to know. Come on, most of the kids in the class think Santa Claus is real because they find gifts secretly placed by their parents. Magnus said. I used to think that too, but it was you who revealed to me the truth after you caught your dad placing the gift. Bobby remembered the incident from 4 years ago. Magnus chuckled, yeah, actually I thought it was a thief trying to steal my presents because Dad was not wearing a Santa dress. I tried to beat him up until Mummy came and saved him. Yeah, that must have been funny. Soon, they reached Magnus' home. Bobby and Magnus got out and ran to the main door. Meow. Magnus and Bobby's ears perked up. Walking to where the noise was coming, they came to the bushes separating the houses. There, they saw a black cat with big eyes sitting in a box. Moo. UWU. The cat made noise seeing them. Magnus went ahead and patted it, such a cute furry cat. Bobby was confused though. Mag, isn't he a bit too thick? Magnus looked at the adult furry cat. You're right. He's a big boy. I'm gonna keep him. What? Why would you? He's not a kitten. Bobby argued. Look, he's in the box, meaning he's abandoned. Magnus pointed. What box? He's too huge for it and looks like someone forcibly stuffed him to sit in it. Bobby said. No, cats like sitting in such close spaces. Let's see if there is a letter. Magnus picked the cat up and looked in the box. There was indeed a small paper. So his name is Chad Jiggles the Three. What a strange name. Magnus read it. Come on, Chad. Let's get inside. Magnus headed home. Surprisingly, the cat rubbed itself on his legs and followed him behind. It looks too big for its tiny legs. But that was mostly due to too much fur. Mo. He likes you, Bobby said. Of course, I love cats. Now I just have to make my parents agree to let me keep him. Chad, be a good boy. Magnus instructed the cat, although knowing it couldn't understand him. Soon, he picked Chad up and entered. Everyone's heads turned. The first thing Grace saw was Chad. Mummy, I found this abandoned cat in a box outside the house. Can we keep him? Magnus asked. Grace came forward. She didn't have any allergies or anything. She checked and saw Chad had no collar. Looking at his soft fur, he does seem to be from a good species. Are you sure you can care for him? She asked while judgingly looking into his eyes. Yes. I will care for him. Magnus quickly agreed. Good. Welcome to the family then. Grace scratched Chad's head while he rubbed his head on her palm. What is his name? Grace asked. Chad Jiggles the Three. Magnus showed her the small note. It made Grace's eyes twitch. Ha ha, well, Chad is good. Take him upstairs and bath him while we cook food. She ordered him. Magnus held Chad in his one arm and made the cat salute with his paw and mimicked another voice, Got it, Mom. With that, Magnus and Bobby ran upstairs to his room. As soon as they entered, Arthur voiced. Oh, what do we have here? A fat blob of fur. Magnus turned to look at the portrait. Bobby couldn't hear or see it, so he was clueless. He's Chad. Our new family cat. Magnus replied. But, what all seemed to have not noticed was that as soon as Arthur had spoken, the cat's head had turned in his direction for a split second, then it continued to look around the room. /N, who or what is that cat? Is it a normal cat or some animagus? By the way, he's not hats. But to be clear, this novel does take place in an omniverse where Alexander and his family exists. You can see Chad the cat on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advanced chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower ***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Darian Steely ***** Thank you for your support. I became the Pope, now what? New book. Give it a read and stone please. Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 20, 20. My King. The new year had gone by. Now it was January of 1970. Magnus' birthday also came on the 15th of January. So, for him, it was fun back to back. First Christmas, then New Year and then his birthday. Chad the black fat cat had joined the family very smoothly, mainly because he was most of the time too lazy to move. But Chad was still dotted by Magnus and Grace, though they were trying to give him a proper diet to make him healthier. Ha! Magnus practiced with his wooden sword in the backyard. *clap****clap****. It was Sunday and both his parents were at home. However, Grace still had to go to the hospital on some Sundays due to emergencies. They were watching him moving fabulously while waving his sword. Maybe our son will someday become an Olympic fencer, Grace commented. What a sissy sport. I'd rather see him as a boxer. Look at his body, he already has muscles in the right places. Adam argued. How dare you call swordsmanship sissy? Arthur raged, but nobody except Magnus could hear him. Come, Magnus, I will teach you boxing. Adam came forward. Magnus, beat him, Grace said from behind with a chilling smile. Magnus put his sword down and looked at his dad. Are you sure? Adam chuckled. It's okay, son. Don't worry, I will go easy on you. Magnus shrugged and got ready. He took a sloppy fighting stance. His height was much shorter than his dad and the best he could punch at was the nuts. Let's do it, Mag. Punch my palm. Adam tried to train him. Magnus made a good waist movement and jabbed at the palm. *bam***. It was a loud sound. Adam and Grace's eyes shot open as soon as they heard it. That was a strong punch, Mag. My palm feels numb. Adam exclaimed. I am not weak, Dad. I am very strong. Magnus proudly puffed his chest out. Meow. Chad also spoke something in cat tongue. See, even Chad agrees that I am strong. Magnus shrugged and went to play with the cat that was lying on the floor as if a potato. Sweetie, your birthday is coming up in 2 days. What do you want as a present? Grace asked. Magnus thought for a second. I don't know. I have everything I want. I also received £1,000 for this year for the yearly George Cross grant. I don't think I need anything, all I want is to have fun with you all. Come here. You are growing so fast, give Mummy some time to spoil you. Grace hugged him tightly and rubbed her cheek on his. Magnus embarrassingly chuckled, hee, Mummy, you've been spoiling me since I was born. Here, you've got Chad to spoil now. He put the cat forward and Grace hugged him next. Chad was the official cushion of the house right now. Dad, do you remember the promise for today? Are you going to drop me and Bobby at the zoo? Magnus asked. Of course, let's go. Adam was still rubbing his palm. Magnus had a reason for going to the zoo. It was advised by Arthur, although he didn't tell him any concrete reason, he just said that he should go there and try to talk to animals. Magnus knew he was going to look stupid doing it, but he agreed because magic was involved. Soon, they were dropped off at the zoo by Adam while he went to the market to buy groceries for Magnus' birthday feast. Mag, which animal are you going to talk to? Bobby asked. I don't know. He didn't tell me which animal to find. Magnus shrugged. Unknown to him that the reason Arthur didn't tell about the animal was that it was extremely hard to be found. Let's try with that, it's an elephant. Bobby pointed and headed in a direction. To him, this was a nice simple excursion, so he was going to enjoy it. Magnus also followed. In front of them was a happy elephant named Jumbo. He was eating bananas happily while the people looked at him. Talk to him, Mag. Bobby nudged him. Magnus had no idea how to do that. Should I talk like a human or make elephant noises? Can you make elephant noises? Bobby inquired. Nope, I guess it is a human language then, Magnus muttered. Then, with shameless behavior, Magnus started shouting. Other people around just thought they were excited kids. Jumbo. How are you? He shouted. Asterisk bam asterisk. Jumbo threw a banana at Magnus' face. He had very fast instincts, so he caught it in time. I have no idea if he is angry at me or understood me and wants to share his banana. Magnus confusedly said. I don't think he can understand me, Bobby. Let's look at the enclosed animals. He decided. Soon, they entered the area where snakes, lizards, spiders and various small and dangerous animals were kept. There, they tried to speak to many animals. There was a boar snake in a glass cage. It was sleeping soundly. Mate, imagine living a life like them. Inside the enclosed place, not being free. Bobby muttered. I know, we all talk about freedom and then go on to enslave animals. I instead like national parks, at least they can live in their natural habitats. Magnus commented. They checked each animal one by one. But then suddenly, Magnus heard some voices. Look at this kid, so ugly. Magnus looked around to see where the sound was coming from. Soon, he found the origin. It was a cage of Komodo dragons. There was a fat kid looking at them with excitement. Magnus went there and looked at the lizards. Their eyes met and silence ensued for a few seconds. To everyone's shock, soon all the Komodo dragons flocked in Magnus' direction. Can you understand me? Magnus inquired. They nodded all together. Then suddenly one made a loud noise and soon all others followed. My king! My king! My king! Magnus scratched his head in frustration. Stop, stop, don't make a scene. How can you understand me? We don't know. One of them replied. We feel close to you, ancestor. Another one added. Magnus nodded. Okay, I will come again later. It may take me some time, but I will get you all out of here, I promise. Yes. King. Our king. They chanted even when Magnus had left them. Bobby just stood behind him with his mouth wide open. Mag, did you just? Yes, and they consider me their king for some reason. Magnus tiredly replied. That's so cool. Bobby exclaimed loudly. Magnus had to quickly put his hand on his mouth. Shush, anyway, let's go back now. We will ask Arthur some questions. Now, what do you want to eat? My treat. Magnus put his hand on Bobby's shoulder and walked to the cafeteria. On their way, they passed by a gorilla enclosure. Seeing a big gorilla just sitting calmly, Magnus threw the banana he had received from Jumbo the elephant to it. The gorilla masterly caught it and then showed a victory sign to Magnus. Ha ha, that was a cool gorilla. Bobby chuckled. All gorillas are cool, my friend. Magnus didn't know, but a debate was going on inside the zoo. After Magnus had left, a boar in another glass cage across the hall asked the Komodo dragons a question. Who was he? The snake asked. That was our king. A Komodo replied. Ha, no, he was my king. I could hear him too. He also felt so familiar, like family. The boar snake said. Really? What a mystery. The Komodo replied. All of them were confused by the human. But, their brains didn't give them enough mental functionality to focus on the same topic for too long, so they quickly forgot about Magnus. As expected, Arthur didn't tell Magnus much about why he could do this. So, Magnus shrugged and focused on his studies. At the moment, he was studying the second-year Hogwarts books. He couldn't perform any magic. All he could do was memorize everything. He was so fascinated by all this, and that was why he never got bored. All he wanted now was to someday be able to cast these charms and see what they do. Arthur, meanwhile, just looked at Magnus evolving so fast. He was silently contemplating about Magnus, and in the end, he could only make one evaluation. Tilda, he's a monster in everything. I'm running out of sword techniques already. I hope he won't throw me away after using me. Ah wait, that didn't sound proper, Tilda. Magnus was living a very happy life. But his existence was a constant pain in the head for another person, the Queen. She had been going crazy due to the threat to her whole bloodline. She saw the stone tablet as the source of the trouble, so she even called the military to dispose of it. It was blown by a bomb, thrown into the sea, burned to ashes. But every time, it would magically reappear on her throne, as if laughing at her that sooner than later, she's gonna have to give the seat up to the rightful heir. All this constant tension was turning her hair whiter faster. She sat in her office with her head in her hands, annoyed by the headache. She looked down at the newspaper on the table. George Cross recipient, super genius, going to skip 6th and 7th grade. Asterisk sigh asterisk, some people are just born better than the rest. She muttered to herself and threw it in the dustbin. Why can't our family have a super intelligent genius? All I got were dumb, pampered, arrogant sons and a daughter who don't contribute to anything. She cursed her own family. /n, honestly, I am enjoying writing this fic. Maybe it's because it's new. I am finding it easier to write chapters for this than Grandpa Universe. But good thing, that fic is nearly over. Also, The My King scene was inspired by Ugandan Ukul's My Queen. You can see Chad, Komodo and the Snake on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkron, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Underscore 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 underscore. You can read 20 advance chapters on patreon.com/Mr. Immortal. Special thanks to Douglas Flower *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Darian Steely ****. Thank you for your support.